Okay, I'm going to call the November 9th meeting of the Sebastian City Council to order, please. Let me find this little gavel and hit the thing. And I believe we're going to stand for a moment of silence and then do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's have the roll call, please.
Mayor Dodd?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hill is excused from this portion of the meeting.
Is your mic working?
And can you hear me okay? I got it on.
That's working now.
Okay.
It wasn't working a second ago. It is now.
Okay. He's excused. Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember McPartland?
Here.
Councilmember Nunn?
Here.
Thank you.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to connect my hearing aids to the T-coil. Okay. Now, I'm going to, at this point in time, I'm going to convene a Sunshine Law and Public Records Workshop that's going to be presented by the City Attorney. At the end of the workshop, we're going to take a recess until 6 o'clock, at which time we'll start the council meeting. So, Mr. City Attorney, I'm turning over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor is not present, and council members. Let me lower the mic here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to just take off the mic. All right, so just for the records, for that, since it's going to be a recorder, I want to make sure that they know who I am. What we're doing today here is a Florida Government and Sunshine Law. My name is Manny Anand Jr., and I am the city attorney for the city of Sebastian. I have before you, I think the city clerk dispersed a couple of sheets. You should have like about 10 and 3 slides per sheet, so you can take notes if you want to. The next slide. See if I can get this going. Yep, next slide. Those will be our topics we'll be discussing today. Briefly, I don't think I'm going to take the full hour in this case. I'm sure you guys would appreciate that. We're going to hit some of the subjects on Sunshine Law, talk a little about public records requests, and kind of at the end focus more on quasi-judicial review, of which you guys do have responsibilities for that. The next slide here. What is Sunshine Law? Sunshine Law, so you'll know, it's a constitutionally guaranteed right. It's given to us by the Article 1 of the Constitution, Section 24. In addition to that, Florida Sunshine Law pretty much provides a right of people to have access to the government proceedings, and we'll get a little bit more detail into that. But that's just the nuts and bolts of where it comes from. Of course, this Sunshine Law by law is 286.011. We'll get into that a little bit. But once again, the importance of this slide is to understand the first bullet there. It's also a constitutionally guaranteed right to attend these meetings. The next slide is the requirements. So right there I do have in 286, and by the way, I'm going to be sharing with you guys, these are just some of the questions I downloaded. They're Q&As. I'm not sure if I send this to you, but a bunch of like important questions that people might want to ask the government on open business. I'll forward this to you, make it also part of the public record as well. These are just like Q&As, frequently asked questions about the public records request. I just want to note that I will make that available to the public as well. So the main thing we're talking about here when we talk about public 286.011, we're talking about what are the requirements that we have, and specifically we're talking about Section Florida Statute 286.011. Again, this will be part of the documents that I'll provide for the city clerk to be part of the presentation today. But more specifically, I'm referring to subsection 1 and subsection 2. Those gives you those 3 parameters that you see before you, which are what you really have to guarantee for a public meeting. Number 1, it's got to be open to the public. Number 2, it's got to be reasonable notice. And there's case law out there that describes what is reasonable notice, whether it's 24 hours, whether it's 48 hours. But as long as you give people, it doesn't specifically say you have to give 10 days, doesn't say you got to give 2 days. It just says it's got to be reasonable. And the court has in fact defined what that is. What's not reasonable is probably 1 day or no notice. And the last thing there that you have there is take minutes. And that comes directly from, as you see on top, out of the statute 286.011, subsection 1, in subsection 2. Next slide, and those are the 3 basic requirements for to have our open meetings. The next slide, open meeting requirements. So, unless requirements are met, 2 or more members of the same board, and it's important, board, and we'll get into what it applies as well, but board, council, and commissions may not discuss any matters that they know is going to come before them or foreseeably come before them in the near future. So that's any 2 council members from the same board, not opposite board, but from the same board. So that is by definition. Next slide. So who's covered? And once again, right out of the statute, that first line, council is covered, of course, boards and commissions of state agencies, counties, municipal corporation, political subdivision, as well as elected and appointed board or commission members. Private companies doing business on our behalf is also covered by the Sunshine Law. One person, if we designate one person to act on behalf of the board, they're also covered by the Sunshine Law. So, it doesn't apply to you gentlemen at this point because you're already duly sworn in, but had you just been elected, the question is, does the open meeting law apply to members elect? And the question is yes. And what does that mean is, when someone gets elected for the first time, before they come in and get sworn, they can't go out and meet at Starbucks and say, hey, you know, this is what we're going to be doing, this is going to come up, and have these private meetings at Starbucks while you are someone who's already been elected. So even though you're not sworn in, but you're elected. So the law does apply to elected people as well as those who have already been sworn in. And that's what that slide covers. All right, moving on to the next slide. Is that can 2 members of the same public board socialize? This has been asked periodically, and the slide pretty much speaks for itself, so I'm not going to get too much into it, but the answer is yes. And what that means is that you guys can have a conversation with maybe the planning and zoning boards or things like that because you're not part of the same board. What you have to be careful is if you're having a conversation and one of your board members who sits on your board is earshot away and hearing your conversation, that might be a problem. There might be some signs of impropriety there. So be careful, know your surroundings if you are going to have any kind of conversations about future business before the board. So there it says, be careful to avoid the appearance of impropriety is what I meant by that. So 2 members of the same board may socialize, but once again, they may not discuss matters which come before the board. Try moving quickly. This is an important section because, you know, City of Sebastian kind of led the way when it comes to sanctions now with our past dealings with certain officers. But there is certain violations that people have. So sunshine law violations might occur. It could be something intentional or something unintentional. So it all depends on how, you know, the state attorney's office will treat it. Things that are unintentional violations, things that they didn't know about or just was a mistake they made, those are treated a little bit different, probably fines, and you see a lot of that going on throughout the state of Florida, people getting these unintentional violations. Those who are a little bit different and it's more intentional, knowingly they violate, their punishment goes up to a second-degree misdemeanor, and they're looking at least 60 days in jail. The other issue that you have is you can be suspended and removed. Our own charter, and maybe there'll be some revisions coming up in the next upcoming months, but our own charter addresses people forfeiting their rights if they do violate the charter and the law. But unfortunately, there's no teeth to that charter at this point in time. But be known that we do have provisions in your charter that pretty much talk about forfeiture if, in fact, you violate the law, violate the charter. In addition, you can be removed from office. I mean, meaning not us personally right now, but the governor does have the authority to remove by statute 112.051, if I recall correctly. He does have the authority to remove officers who have violated the law. He mostly focuses on felony, but I argue it could be a misdemeanor if it pertains to the duties and responsibilities of council members. The last thing is that when there is a violation of sunshine law, the main penalties you get, it's not a big issue per se, but there's a declaration which, yeah, you did violate it, whatever it might be, and there might be attorney fees and costs associated with that. Next slide. All right, we're going to roll right into now to public records. I labeled it on the top there the Florida statute, which is 119. By the way, I believe all you guys have this book. Is that correct? Good. This is a good source to have. Both of them are in there, 286, as well as Chapter 119 is in there as well. And if you guys need anything else, of course, contact me. But again, this is a constitutionally guaranteed right. Again, under Article 1, Section 24, subsection A, talks about the public records. So the question is, what is a public record? I took out the page now, so. Okay. So, what is public records? Okay, they are not limited to your traditional, like in the old days, your traditional documents, tapes, photographs, films, emails, sound recordings, and are all considered public records subject to inspection under 119.011, subsection 12. And I have it here, and I'm going to read it what it includes as far as public records. All documents, papers, letters, maps, books, tapes, photographs, films, and recordings, sound recordings, data processing software, or other materials, regardless of their physical form. So it can be paper, it can be software, it can be any, regardless of the form. It has characteristics or means of transmission made or received pursuant to law, ordinance, or in connection with the transaction of an official business by any agency. So that's the definition of what it is. And in the bottom section here, in that second bullet, talks about a Florida Supreme Court decision determining, again, defining it, that's all materials made or received by the agencies in connection, is the important part, in connection with their official business, which are used to perpetuate, communicate, or formalize knowledge, or anything that has to do with those three things. If it's something that's official business, come to you, that helps you either to perpetuate a thought, communicate a thought, or even formalize some kind of knowledge, that will be considered material and subject to the public records request if it pertains to city business. And that's the quote of the Florida Supreme Court there. I quoted it for you. The next thing is, what about emails? Obviously, that's important, even Facebook accounts, which I'll get into it as well. It's not in the slides, but I'll talk about it briefly. So an email sent to and from a work or home computer is a public record, and it is an important part, and this is a definition. If it is prepared or received in connection with official city business. That's the important thing. So this email, or any email, even if you're home, if you're writing something and it is prepared and or you receive something in connection with your council members' official city business, it is a public record. And there is no exemption, unless there's an exemption from public records law. And that will come up to me if there's an issue about whether or not it is exempt, or the city clerk can make those decisions. So Florida Supreme Court, again, I'm quoting them, has ruled that private emails, so your private emails, does not automatically become public. It has to meet that definition. So as long as, once again, when you prepare it or you receive it, it's in connection to your official business, that's what makes it public. If it's private, it's private, and it remains private, even if it's in one of our computers. All right, next slide. Well, I do want to talk about something on emails, Facebook. Same thing with Facebook accounts. Whatever you guys post on Facebook's account, my recommendation to council member is, I know you guys are proud of being elected officials. That's why, we have our own website here. You could have your own official city website. I assume that's correct. We have our own city official for council members. Do we have one? No.
We just have an official city website. We don't have an official city council website.
My recommendation is use that if you're going to post anything that has to do with your business. So when you're out there in your own personal email, on your own personal Facebook account, I would recommend highly, don't put in there that, hey, I'm an elected council member from City of Sebastian, or, allow people to send you information to your personal Facebook account pertaining to city business. If that does happen, it's by mistake, correct it, but my recommendation is immediately get that document and send it to the clerk to preserve it as being a public record in case that in the future is requested. So that's why I want to talk about Facebook accounts. So the next slide, and I hope that's clear. Next slide. How long do public records have to be retained by the local government? That's a city clerk function. There is requirements. I don't know if it's 5 years. I'm not sure the statutory period of time that we have to keep things public, but that's a city function. That's a city clerk function. So again, it is correct. It is mandated by the Bureau of Archives of Record Management, and they do publish a schedule. So if you have any questions about that, about the retention of records, city clerk should be able to answer that question. All right, so in summary of the two things we just talked about, and then we get into quasi, open meeting law. Again, no interaction with another member of the same council. You can have interaction with other councils, and it doesn't mean you can't socialize. Let me also point that out. You guys can socialize. You guys can attend functions together. The key thing is obviously you don't talk about public business. Like I know many of you have attended these ceremonies. Veterans Day, I know I've seen a council member, both, Nunn and Fred Jones, and I saw the mayor, and I saw Vice Mayor Hill and several. So you guys can attend social events together. The key, and you can talk. The key thing is obviously don't talk about city business, which you know is going to come before you or it could come before you in the future. All right, so this is a summary. No interaction with another member of the same council, board, or commission, except during what we have today, an advertised public meeting where obviously minutes are being taken and reasonable notice was provided so the public can participate. Public record, again, council, board, and commission members must not dispose of any materials made or received that relate to city business. That's the key takeaway, I think, takeaway there. When in doubt about anything, you can contact me or contact the city clerk. All right, the last section we're going to talk about is quasi, because I know we have a couple today, and actually we have 3 today, and it's going to be part of your business and what you guys do as far as quasi. And what I've done for that to assist you guys, council members, is I've come up with well, first of all, I have the statute in point here, which is 286.0115. I will make it, again, part of my attachments for the record, for the public to have as well. But I sent all of you, and I'll make it now part of the record as well, back on a couple weeks ago. But I labeled it, dated December 9th, quasi-judicial hearing. And what I did here, I just broke it down, several pages, what you guys want to look at when you're dealing with quasi. And it kind of breaks down specifically, and we'll get a little bit into it right now, but it breaks it down into competent, substantial evidence, which is pretty important, which you have to weigh. The evidence has to be based on that competent and substantial evidence. You got to look at the law presented to you, and what that means is you have to then apply the actual ordinance or the code that you believe is in violation to the facts, and that's what you have to do. You also have to assess that as well. And I also talk about ex-parte communications in here. So I provided that to you guys. I'm going to make this part of the public record as well, so the public can have that as well. So going on, the law, unfortunately or fortunately, how you want to look at it, has changed. Supreme Court came in, the decision back in 1995, to make your decisions more quasi, more judicial, more of a role of a judge, is pretty much what council is doing right now, placing you guys in that role. That now applies before city council. It applies to not only you guys here, sitting here as a board member, it applies to you acting at the board of adjusters. It applies to situations with me and code enforcement when I deal with special magistrate. Same rules would apply there. And it also applies with your planning and zoning board as well. Okay, the next slide is the difference between legislative and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir. I'm just making the point of the difference between them. Legislative act is when you're setting general policy, as opposed to implementing a policy, which is more quasi. And that's just pretty much the difference. When you're acting in your legislative role, you guys are making decisions, you guys are setting policy. When you're acting in your quasi role, what you're doing is you're implementing or you're really interpreting the statutes to the facts and make sure those facts are competent and substantial evidence, and you apply it to that fact, and you render your decision. And we'll get into that a little bit later on. The third bullet there, the last bullet there, those are examples of quasi, and I'm not going to belabor it, but once again, what I am going to do is I want to make part of the record our code, our land code, which is 54-1-2.1, which is the general procedures for legislative and quasi. And in here it lists, I think I did provide this to you already, but in here it does list every single thing, what is legislative as opposed to what is quasi. And this is in our codes as well. So there in the slide, I give you a couple of examples. Obviously, rezoning, conditional use, special use. Today you have a variance situation. You have I think it's a preliminary plat review to come before you guys as well. All those are quasi in matter. So why does it matter? Which is the next slide. It matters because again, you're sitting in a judge role, and you are applying the rules. You're applying the laws to the set of facts, and the facts have to be substantial and competent evidence, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Again, you're acting as a judge. Again, that third bullet, which is really important, we have to base it on competent and substantial evidence. You must apply the law of the facts to the evidence, which is what I was telling you. You got to make sure that the law, whatever it is, whatever code it is, in fact, they meet it or they don't meet it, or they violate it or they don't violate it, which is what we do in code enforcement. It requires due process, and we'll get a little bit into that a little bit later on. What exactly is due process? There's several requirements of due process, but I'll wait for that slide to get into that. And also ex-parte communications, and we'll get a little bit into ex-parte as well. All right, so more into what is competent substantial evidence. Evidence that is sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion reached. So those things that are relevant, those things that are material, and those things that are reasonable. On the bottom of the next slide, which is right here, I give you examples of what you can use, what can be considered competent and substantial evidence. And I'll let you read to that. I don't need to go. That's one of the main reasons why we have our professional staff who come here, Dory and Lisa, or anyone else who testify on behalf of our department. They are testifying as professional planning staff in planning and zoning, and their testimony, which is sworn to, by the way, can be considered as competent and substantial evidence. Okay, next slide. The next slide, we won't get into details, but, what is not. So, what is, so this is what's not. Obviously, attorney argument is not competent, substantial evidence. People who want to come in and just make statements, you don't take their oath, it's not sworn to, so that's not considered competent and substantial evidence. Okay, next slide. Try moving quickly. Must the council or board commission make a finding of fact? Legally, the answer to the question is no. Even though I keep saying that, finding a fact. Because in reality, that's really what you're doing. You really are determining the facts based on what you're hearing. You're determining whether or not those facts meet that level of competent and substantial evidence, and whether or not it applies to the law, whether or not they violated that specific code or a code or ordinance in this case. So that's why I put this. So practically speaking, yes, a hearing record that includes a coherent finding of facts based upon competent substantial evidence tends to be upheld by the courts of appeal. That's why sometimes I might jump in and say things like, want to add to the record, or add that document to preserve the record, because everything we do at these quasi hearings, that is what the record will be. That's what goes up to appeal. So we want to make sure everything is in that record, so that if it is appealed, it is in fact included in that record. The next slide here. What are the recommendations of findings by the city attorney? During the discussion deliberation portion, the takeaway from this slide is there should be discussions amongst the board about these findings, about what's going on. You guys should have a conversation about, okay, this is what I heard, this is what the evidence showed, whatever it is. I forgot what's coming before you today, but whatever those facts are, you guys should have a discussion about those facts amongst yourself to clear the record. Findings of fact should be recited. I don't think it is at most time. That's why I prefer the record to be clear when you're having your discussions about what exactly you are discussing, what you're holding your final recommendations on. All those facts should be discussed amongst the council members when you're in that quasi role. What is due process? Like I told you, we're going to get into due process and a little bit into ex parte communication. So the biggest takeaway there is that second bullet, and what is a due process. In order to give an individual their due process, the main thing is you got to give them notice. It's got to be reasonable, but you got to give them notice to appear. And once you give them that notice, the reason why you give them the notice is because you want them to come before the board so they can have an opportunity to be heard, which is the second bullet, the bullet there. You want to give them an opportunity to be heard. The third bullet there is you want to give them the opportunity to provide evidence, and if need be, sometimes I might jump in, allow them to cross-examine or ask questions of the witness themselves. They can cross-examine, and that's part of due process as well. So that is pretty much the meaning of due process. And once again, when you have these quasi-meetings, these witnesses have to be sworn in, which is done by the clerk. Next slide. Ex-parte communication. It's usually a communication obviously made outside the record, outside of the sunshine, and you're making these ex-parte communication with someone. Such communication, the presumption is that it's going to prejudice you in making a decision. That's why you disclose it. Did I have that stand? Okay, I do have the section, the statute on that I can also make part of the record. So it's part of the record as far as what is ex parte and what you have to do as far as the Florida statute and its definition. But the bottom line is, as you all know, is if you do have this ex parte communication with someone outside about issues that will come before the board, you have to disclose it. And the main thing, you got to disclose it before the meeting occurs. And more importantly, you got to disclose who you spoke to and what you said. Not just, I had, with a member. You got to disclose it. And the reason why it's important to do that is because just in case, even though it absolves you guys from anything when you make that ex parte communication, but it might, the opposing counsel, if it's something that's objected to, or the other people might have an opportunity to cross-examine you and or that person if in fact, or even enter evidence, because you might say, well, this is what I heard, and enter that into the evidence, and they might want to come in and say, well, the truth is, this is the truth, and they might want to counter or add additional evidence to what you proffered. So that's why you want to do that as well. So ex parte communication should be avoided where they are identifiable. So the bottom line is you don't have to agree. I know you guys are a council member. Everyone wants to talk to you, but there's nothing wrong with saying no. I don't want to have this conversation with you because it's going to come. So just say no. Next slide, and we're almost done, I swear. And pretty good timing. I went backwards. All right. What happens if there's an ex parte communication? I already discussed that with you right now, so I was one slide ahead. Obviously, you have to disclose it during the hearing. You got to disclose what you said, who you said it with, and just in case, give the opposing person an opportunity to rebut it or add additional evidence for the record. All right, next slide. Is there a special way we conduct quasi-judicial proceedings at the city of Sebastian? The answer is yes. You guys actually have a resolution, which I believe I sent you, and you're actually going to be discussing it today, which is Resolution 99-12. It's only it's only one page. I looked at it, and based on that first document I provided you guys a while ago, I went through it working with the city manager, and we're making a little revisions of that, making it a little bit more stronger for you guys, to have as far as a quasi-judicial resolution. So there is set rules that you guys do follow, and you will be discussing that today. You have the one that's called currently, which is Resolution 99-12, and then today you're going to be considering repealing that with a new one, which is Resolution 2035. So the city attorney's office, we do have these proceedings, and there is an order that goes along with the stuff, a special order you do, opening, taking testimony, who goes first, who goes second, swearing in witnesses. There is a specific order to everything, and that's also attached as well to these resolutions, the order you guys do. Next slide. Okay. Keep going backwards. Okay, so there's a summary, and we're almost done, of the quasi-hearings. Decisions that apply on adopted policies are quasi in matter, which is what you'll do. In a quasi-judicial hearing, you act as judges. The third bullet there, decisions you reach must be supported, again, by competent and substantial evidence. And we went into what that means and what can be considered competent. For your purposes, staff testimony is competent and substantial evidence. And it must be followed by due process, meaning notice, opportunity to be heard, allow them to present their witnesses, and cross-examination. And, of course, the ex parte communication. That being said, within 30 minutes, subject to any questions, I have nothing further for council. And again, I'll make all this part of the official record, and I'll give it to
Any questions?
the clerk. So,
Go ahead, Bob.
I'll give it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
I got a couple of questions, Mr. Anon. You know, is it pronounced quasi or
Hold
quasi?
on, council member, because I took off my ears, but I'll put them on now. Because otherwise it reverberates in my head. Go ahead.
Number one, is it quasi or quasi?
I call it quasi, it could be quasi.
All right.
However you want to call it, sir. Anon, anon, tomato,
All right.
tomato.
Well, then my big question here is going under the open meeting requirements, and I know we've gotten a lot, and this is going to come up again, I guess, later on tonight, and maybe we also have our procedures going. And also, because I got appointed to Martin County Children's Services Council today, I had the sunshine done this morning again, and they gave me the booklet here. And you know, it has about, you know, can restrictions be placed on public attendance or participation? You know, and according to the section 286.0114 that's in there, you know, goes on, requires that members of the public be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard on any proposition before a board or commission. Reasonable rules and policies ensuring the orderly conduct of a public meeting and requiring orderly behavior of those in attendance may be adopted. And the reason I'm saying that is because I know coming on later on, and a lot of the emails we receive, it's a violation with taking your temperature coming in here. Is that a reasonable requirement to have your temperature taken? I mean, I don't see a problem, or with, you know, wearing a mask in here if you can't socially distance. Are those reasonable requirements?
Okay, through the board, to the mayor, take off my ears again. I don't like when it reverberates back in my head. The temperature and the mask to me are reasonable requests. I sent all the council members my opinion on the mask ordinance, on the mask resolution. The council will be deciding today what they want to do. If I can answer that question, but I might want to defer it to when we come up with the mask. That way we have more people present. But if the quick answer to your question is, my answer is going to be yes. I think it is. It's a reasonable, it's a minimal intrusion into someone's, if they want to call it, into someone's rights, is the temperature and the mask, is my opinion. And that I did forward it to all you guys, and I would be more than glad to discuss that during the mask, when we consider the mask.
Yeah, that's,
Right.
that's item 15A.
I read your opinion, and I just wanted to, you know, bring it up because I know it's going to come up later.
Yep.
And then again, I know we have our procedures for the meetings. Is this something that we should add at the end of that, like we do as far as when public input?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember.
Oh, I'm sorry, because we also have, we're going to be talking about the procedures for the city council
Yes.
members going forward for the next year. Should that reasonable, you know, rules be added to what the procedures are as, you know, as it relates to public input and everything? You know, if we put on temperature, you know, who knows when the pandemic's going away or whatever. Is it a reasonable request to have your temperature taken and wear a mask if you can't socially distance?
I think, to answer the question, Councilmember McPartland, through the mayor, if the answer to the question directly, is it reasonable? Yes, under the circumstances that we're under. Don't forget, we're under a declared emergency declared by the mayor, and based on that declaration, is it reasonable? Yes, the manager does have certain authorities. Obviously, he would have to bring it back to you guys, council member, to be ratified if he does take those actions for the safety of his staff and as well as anyone who's coming to City Hall. But also, those issues will ultimately have to come back to the council to be ratified if it's not in a resolution. So what you have before you, you have that mask resolution, which I'm a proponent of, and I think it's fair, and I'd be more glad to opine than what I sent all you guys on an email, and I will do that specifically, but I do think that how it's written right now and what I've been seeing out there, there is no case law up at any Supreme Court level or any DCA. Everything is right now has been argued at the circuit levels, and that's what you have. You have Volusia County, you have, I think, the first DCA, a lot of courts, and even the Florida bar, mind you, the attorneys, and the court system has these mandates. You cannot go into a state court nowadays without wearing a mask. You just can't. And I don't know about the temperatures, but you can't. Well, there you go, temperature. I know just the other day, I went to get with my wife to get her driver's license, and I had to wear a mask, and I had to stand in front of a machine to get a temperature. Otherwise, they won't let me in the room. And there's a cop sitting right there from Port St. Lucie Sheriff. So I think that that due to the emergencies that we're under, that is still confusing. No one really has a clear direction of what's going on with CDC guidelines. But I think it is within your powers, your police powers, by resolution and or ordinance, to implement these policies to safeguard your citizens for public health reasons. And I think it is. And the methods we're using, keep in mind now, we're not telling people not to attend these meetings. That's really important. All we're saying is if you want to come to the meeting, you got to wear a mask, and you might have to do a temperature. That's not unreasonable. Okay. In addition to that, if they don't want to, we have abilities. They can sit outside. And they can watch these ceremonies, and when they come in, they can wear their masks when they come in and talk, or they can even participate outside. In addition to that, we also have the City of Sebastian TV. We have Zoom. We have so many alternate opportunities. I'm sorry? Oh, and phone calls. We have so many opportunities for people to comply with 286.0, I think it's 0114 or 115, to comply with that statute and allow public participation. This is not an unreasonable intrusion on anyone's right. We're not restricting them. We're not saying you cannot assemble. We're not penalizing them. Matter of fact, we've taken out all the penalty portions of it, and I agree with what we've done.
Okay.
So, my opinion, I guess I'm giving it now, but I'll give it again. If asked at the, which I think we should ask it, and I should give it during the normal meeting of the mask.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
The other question to you, sir, if I can, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, the other question you addressed is, yes, all these issues will be coming up for you guys to consider. Is the mask and temperature something that you should consider for your rules to be a standard for every day to apply? No. This is more for an emergency situation. Is the only reason why we're implementing this. So I wouldn't recommend putting that in your rules. I would definitely recommend other things, which I did recommend in I think it was subsection E in my stuff. But we can discuss that. You guys are determining your rules, how you want it set.
Yeah. We're going to have to vote on that in item 15A. I think maybe we can carry on that conversation at that point in time.
Well, I figured that was going to happen, and seeing we have this time available,
right.
I figured if we started the conversation now, we wouldn't bog it down at the other end of the meeting, because we got a lot of business to get through. And I expect a lot more people here when those items do come up.
I think I don't see the people that I expected to see for conversation around that particular item, so I think they'll probably be here about 6.
It's 6 o'clock, so we'll just rewind Manny and play him.
We'll wind him up,
up,
like the Energizer Bunny, we'll wind him up. Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Thank you.
Yeah. No? Okay, one thing I wanted to bring out, and this occurred to me as I was moving from a board to the council, is that in a lot of the boards, like planning, zoning, and code, and other things like that, the things that you deal with are pretty succinct and pretty straightforward. The council is the review authority and appeal authority for almost all of that. Therefore, there's a lot of things that someone may be talking about either inside the P&Z or future things. And for council members, have to be extremely careful that you're not thinking, well, that's something that the P&Z is dealing with, so I can talk about it. Because in reality, it's probably going to come back to the council. So the Sunshine Law not only applies to things that are on an agenda, it applies to things that could possibly be on an agenda in the future. So you have to be very careful. And I know for the people who have been served on boards and so forth, you're kind of aware of that. But you have to be very careful that you don't let yourself get to the point where you think, well, this is something being talked about by natural resources or whatever, and you think that you can discuss it, when in reality it's probably going to come to the council, so you really can't discuss it.
If you're asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question.
Okay, yeah. Well, you can still have the discussion with those council members per se. The issue is you shouldn't take that information and discuss it with one of the board members that will be deciding that in the future. What you will have to do at that point in time is that ex parte communication.
Yeah. Okay.
Reveal it.
Does anyone else have any questions? We've got a couple of minutes. Does anybody from the public have any questions they want to ask? Ma'am, you want to come forward? Yeah, come up to the mic because we need to get you on the recording.
I just wanted to make sure that I understand this right, that, okay, council can't talk to council, okay? Committees, whatever, can't talk to committees. But can committees talk to council without being out of the sunshine law?
I'm sorry, I was reading something. Can the citizens talk to council?
No.
That's the question?
If you're on a committee or on a board or something like that, okay, you can't talk to the other people that are on your committee or your board, okay? Council can't talk to the other council people. But can the committee or board person talk to a council person?
Yes.
That's okay, right?
Yes, technically the answer is yes. You, as an individual person, can have a conversation with, council member none if you want to, but not with two of them.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the important thing, is you can't talk to more than one of them.
Could I?
If I understood it correctly,
Wait,
I was gonna say, if I understood it correctly, you could talk to more than one board member, you just couldn't talk about what you talked about with the other board members.
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
You can't say if you talk to the mayor, you can't tell Councilmember Nunn what Mayor Dodd told you.
Correct.
Right. Otherwise, you'll be a conduit.
Even as a citizen, that you could still be considered a conduit of.
And we all know human nature, and quite frankly, the best rule is to not get involved in that because it's very difficult not to step over the line.
Is that clear? Councilmember Jones, you understand that? 'Cause you're looking at me like, okay. All right, because you can't act as a conduit. So pretty much, Manny and I, we're having this or this young lady here coming up having a conversation with you guys, turns around and tells, Councilmember Jones, well, yeah, you know what, Councilmember Nunn told me kind of something, same thing. That's a conduit, that's a problem.
Yeah. Anybody else have anything? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess until 6 o'clock. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna start. Okay, I'm gonna reconvene the November 9th council meeting. And I don't, please, council, don't laugh at me when I say this, but I have a point of order I have to raise.
Point of order.
On our procedures for our agenda, we actually have public input coming before the consent agenda, and it was accidentally moved way back into the packet. So in order to stay consistent with our procedures, I'm going to move public comment to between item 11 and 12, and so public comment will move to that point. That keeps it consistent with our council approved procedures. Are there any other agenda modifications anyone would like to make? Okay, hearing none. We have a presentation.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, sir.
I know you and I discussed that issue, and I know you and I discussed that issue, and I know it was an inadvertent mistake made by the clerk as far as changing that agenda, but we are, so the council is aware. You can take a vote if you want, but what the mayor and I were discussing was the fact that it should have originally been up more per your previously approved resolutions on the rules. So you don't have to take a vote, but if you want to, that's up to you. But all what the mayor was suggesting is that it's moved now to the correct place, and previously it wasn't supposed to be there.
So does anyone have any issue with that move?
No.
With moving it up to there?
Move it.
Okay, no problem with that. All right, thank you, Manny. Okay, Mr. Carlisle?
Is PowerPoint ready to go?
Okay, Mr. Carlisle, do you want the presentation by Aquaculture LLC?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I had found an article in the paper, and I believe that they've also done a presentation here for the Joint Regional Planning Council or another agency that you had seen.
Yes.
But Aquaculture has a process where they can dredge silt and vegetation and then land apply it. But Mike Elfenbein and Nyla Pipes and Nick are here to give you a presentation on their process in hopes that the resolution that's in your consent agenda will be approved to get funding so that they can do this process in Lake Okeechobee and hopefully here in the city as another mechanical way of removing silt and historical nutrients and vegetation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Merry Christmas. My name is Mike Elfenbein. I am a conservationist and an advocate for conservation issues across the state. The Everglades has always been near and dear to my heart. It was the Everglades in Glades County where I had the opportunity to first meet Mr. Carlisle. And as he said, we were given an opportunity to make the same presentation to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, as well as recently to the White House. But several months ago, I was contacted by a congressman in North Florida in Gainesville who told me that he was working on a project with the University of Florida to remove nutrients from water bodies, improving water quality, limiting the need for additional chemical spraying, which is a hot button item, and also limiting the frequency and intensity of harmful algal blooms in our impaired water bodies across the state. In my course of business as a conservationist, I've had the pleasure of working with Nyla Pipes with the One Florida Foundation, and the two of us have had an opportunity to push this project to the forefront of political attention. We've been working with the agencies, FWC, the Army Corps of Engineers, DEP, South Florida Water Management District, and the Department of Ag and Consumer Services to create a pilot project that's being funded in part by the state and the federal government to essentially prove this concept. It's a patented process. The mechanism has been used for years out west in agricultural implementations, removing sewage or sludge from cow farms and hog farms and chicken farms. So we're essentially using this technology that's already been proven across the United States here in Florida for the first time to take advantage of the process and limit the harmful factors that are occurring throughout our state and Lake Okeechobee and through your water bodies as well. I'd like to give Niall an opportunity to give you the support for the project before Nick Szabó presents to you and goes through the slideshow that we have to explain to you how the process works.
Good evening, everyone. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Thank you so much for hosting this evening and letting us present to you. I've been working on the water bodies throughout the state of Florida for over 8 years now. Mike and I served together on the Water Resources Analysis Coalition under former Governor, now Senator Scott. That's how we initially really met. And needless to say, in that position, we've seen a lot of different projects come our way, different concepts for getting the water problems that we're facing in this state under control. And we all know that exotic vegetation and the muck that, so plagues us as a result of that exotic vegetation and, even the native stuff dying off, combined with septic and sewage issues and everything in between, our lagoon is dying. And I live here on the Treasure Coast. I actually am just a little to the south of you in St. Lucie County. And so what I wanted to say as somebody who's an East Coast resident is that this has such potential, which is why I was excited about it and why One Florida Foundation is supportive of it, because it's really easy to make it work for a number of different problems that we're facing. Yes, we can tackle vegetation. Yes, we can tackle the muck and the sludge, at the bottom of these canals and water bodies. I think you're going to find that it's a pretty simple technology put to use in a really beautiful way that closes that loop, right? So there's always a problem when we're trying to get rid of the nutrients in the system. If we demuck, well, what do we do with the muck? If we remove the vegetation, what do we do with the vegetation? How come we know it doesn't end up back in the system? And I firmly believe that aquaculture has found a way to really close that loop and make sure that we're actually making progress as opposed to putting just a Band-Aid on an ongoing problem. So thank you very much. I look forward to working with you guys in the near future.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nick Szabó, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening to y'all. Company's called Aquaculture. The reason we named it Aquaculture is we're talking about the culture of water, how it's handled, how it's managed, and that is a really big, important issue here in the state of Florida. So I'll go through the slide pretty quick. So our mission, I'll paraphrase. Basically, we're here to bring agriculture back to the forefront as part of the solution in solving this issue. Okay. Next slide. We'll go through our agenda, our road, our solution, how the system works, the product, our valuable final products, and then we can get into some questions. So just to give you a little bit of a history, I'm a farm boy. I grew up in Ontario, Canada on a large hog farm. I came down to the United States in 2008 working with the largest hog farms here in the United States, helping them solve their muck issues and phosphorus issues. It's #1 problem in agriculture is phosphorus, just as much it is here in the lakes and rivers and canals. So just to give you a little history there of algae and aquatic weeds. I got excited when I read some articles from NASA. NASA used aquatic vegetation to clean up their sewage lagoons. They got it to clean drinking water standards in 1 week at one of their sewage lagoons just using water hyacinths. And then they had the same issue, what do you do with the water hyacinths? So they started developing technologies, did 193 successful research projects using aquatic vegetation to clean water. And this type of research goes on today with algae as well. There's a picture there. The city of San Diego used NASA technology to clean up all their sewage water, used it up until 1984. So what happened next? I actually called the superintendent for San Diego and said, hey, what happened? Why aren't you using water hyacinths? And he said, well, the problem was we had a football field size of water hyacinths and it started to stink and nobody knew what to do with it. So they went ahead and spent over $1 billion putting in a standard sewage treatment facility instead of using their $1 million water hyacinths facility. So it's this big expense going the mechanical or going to the concrete road, I call it. So aquatic weed management, we found this picture online. It goes back to 1963 using aerial equipment, planes, helicopters to spray the aquatic vegetation. So this has been going on ever since. It's really the only cost-effective way that the agencies have found to date to deal with massive amounts of vegetation, right? So it's a long history of using chemicals. So our solution, right? And it's one of the tools, right? In the toolbox, there's many options, but we feel ours is the best. So harvest the unconsolidated sludge, muck, algae, aquatic weeds. We call the product via our patented harvesting system. Immediately process the product into a liquid form. Okay, these plants are 95% liquid, only 5% solids. So juice it, right? Why do we want to juice it? Well, then we can pump it, right? Okay, so we pump the product via our patented hose, apply the harvested liquid product as a soil amendment for nutrient uptake via growing native grass. The grass can eventually be harvested to further remove phosphorus from the area and sold as hay. So it's basically we're repurposing that product, the weeds. Instead of just dumping it, it's kind of a mindset, right? If you treat something as a commodity, you get commodity-like results. If you treat it as a waste, you get wasteful results, right? Kind of a mindset culture. So grow hay. So hay is a real simple crop. You harvest it every 30 days. And one of the questions that came up from all the agencies is, wait a sec, you're going to put this stuff on land, you're just going to fill up the land with nutrients. Well, no, that's why we got to harvest the hay and test the hay, and it'll show how much nitrogen and how much phosphorus we're taking off the field where we applied those nutrients. It's kind of a benchmark. If you take out 10,000 pounds of phosphorus, you want to show you're taking out approximately 10,000 pounds off the field and taking it further away from the watershed. So that's the idea of hay, just a good, simple way to utilize those nutrients. Plus, when you put the nutrients on grass, hay holds onto it. It doesn't erode. You don't have to spray it. It just grows, right? Real simple. Product applicator. This is a standard tractor, an applicator we use in the Midwest. And you pull a hard hose, and when we apply the product, it's like 1/8 of an inch of rain. Very thin layer. You put on the amount that the crop requires to grow, right? So you do a soil test, it tells you how much you can put on, and you put that amount on. Then you harvest the hay and you put on another 1/8 of an inch of rain in the form of nutrients so the grass can take that up again, right? So again, equipment off the shelf. So mechanical harvesting, conventional harvesters harvest the aquatic weeds, algae, and then haul them to shore and place them on a barge or shuttle the weeds back, spending more time shuttling than harvesting. Right, so a colleague of ours, he's been harvesting weeds for 30 years, and we said, what's the problem with mechanical harvesting? He said, well, I spend 2/3 of my time traveling back and forth and 1/3 harvesting, and the harvesters only travel about 3, 4, 5 miles an hour. And typically they pile it on the banks, and the plants decompose, but the problem with that is a lot of those nutrients will make their way back into the water, and it just perpetuates the cycle, right? So you're not really getting the nutrients out of the watershed. So versatile harvesting system. This is a picture of an airboat. So a few of the agencies said, well, the problem we have with a lot of harvesters, they can't go through shallow water. They need at least 2 feet of water. Can you go through 6 inches of water? We said, well, I think we can. So we went to a company in Louisiana that builds airboats that are powered by jets. This one here was built to pull boats out of the weeds after Hurricane Irma. Has 3,000 horsepower, so we went and visited with them. We said, look, can we test this with a lot of weight on it and maybe put a harvester on it? So we put 40,000 pounds on that machine, went out in the bayou, parked in the mud, which you're not supposed to do with an airboat, and we sat there for 10 minutes, and I said, okay, well, if we're stuck, we're not going to work together. And he turned it on and just popped right out of the mud. So the Army Corps of Engineers love these guys because they pulled a whole bunch of boats out of the weeds after Irma. So we've got a solution for shallow waters. So processor, this is a picture of the juicer we use. Basically the weeds go into the juicer, it crushes them, emulsifies them, and makes it liquidy enough that we can pump it through a hose. So if you're thinking about canals or lakes, sometimes you're 3, 4, 5 miles out on the lake. When you juice it out on the lake, put it in a hose, and you can pump it as far as you need to, right? Very basic, very simple. Continuous manure applicator. So this looks like one of the irrigation guns you see out in countryside. You see the gun shooting water We're just doing the opposite, running the liquid through it. So we attach this to the back of the juicer, and as the juicer's juicing it, we actually pump it through this hose. So imagine you're starting at the beginning of a canal. You just start making your way through the canal, harvesting and pumping continuously. So you never stop harvesting. So that's the beauty of the invention, right? You get rid of that 2/3 travel time, you juice it, and you're just pumping continuously. So our efficiency went through the roof by simply juicing the plants. Soil amendment, so we've tested weeds. They've got really good stuff in it. Convert it into a compost. It improves the health of the land. It makes crops grow better. There's a lot of micronutrients, et cetera, a lot of benefits. There's been a ton of research done by various universities showing that this stuff is just a good organic soil amendment. So the major benefits of our agriculture system, it's sustainable, it's viable, it's green. We're repurposing a waste, so it's no longer a waste, it's more of a commodity than a waste. Reduce chemical use. We know we're never going to get rid of all chemical use, but on the big open areas where there's a lot of material, we can definitely reduce it in those areas. These plants pull the pollution out of the water, right? They suck up those nutrients. So the byproduct of our system is cleaner water, right? That's what we're after, improved water quality. Improved local economy. Hey, if the farmers using this product spend less on nutrients from a local chemical company that brings the fertilizer in from other states, well, now all of a sudden we keep more tax dollars right here in the state instead of it leaving the state. Sequester carbon. Everyone talks about climate change and global warming, and we got to put more carbon back into the ground. Well, these plants produce a ton of carbon, put it back in the soil and keep it there. That's the other reason we like hay. We're not tilling the fields, we're just letting the hay grow and building up that soil, right? And it's a proven technology. Every piece of equipment that we use is on the market being used today. The juicer's built right here in Florida. It's been around for 80 years. Airboats, tractors, we use all that in the Midwest, so all of this is proven. We're just bringing it in as one unit and working together as a team. And that's it. Any questions?
No, well, I don't have any questions. I think it's outstanding. I'd love to see this type of technology. It makes complete and total sense, and it makes you wonder why the heck we haven't been doing this for a long time. I would love to see this type of technology implemented in the city of Sebastian. We have miles and miles and miles of canals, and we have the similar issues that you're discussing with the shallow waters and the water hyacinth and all of these other issues that we have. So I look forward to seeing you progress and seeing the work that you're doing down in Lake Okeechobee and the successes that you have there. And I would love to come down and take a look at the actual process happening and see that we could get this implemented in Sebastian, because this council has long had a policy of doing everything we can to minimize the nutrient output from our stormwater canal system, and I think that this could potentially be, a game changer for us. So outstanding. I love it, and I look forward to seeing it go further.
Thank you.
I got to turn this back on. I saw this presentation at the Treasure Coast Regional League, Regional Planning Council.
Oh, okay.
And I talked to Paul about it, and I was highly impressed at that time, and I still am. I agree with Jim. I think I'd love to see the Hardy Park Lake right now being done, because we have a couple of areas that are really major issues for us that would be great to see. So on our consent agenda, I think it's item B, we're going to have an opportunity to approve a resolution to be sent to support, to send out in support of their project on Lake Okeechobee. So the city will actually come online as supporting their test project on Lake Okeechobee. So I can't wait to see it work. I really can. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Thank you. Greatly appreciate your support.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
I actually got a phone call from someone, and I know this is not the appropriate time to do this. It should have been done earlier. I guess this question is for Dory. Did you receive any phone calls relative to issue 9B today about potentially pulling that off the agenda?
Yes, I did.
9B1 or 2?
1. So
you said item 9B.
So we're going to pull that off the agenda? Was that the idea?
No.
There's two items under 9B, Dory.
Mr. Mayor?
9B1 and 9B2.
Mr. Mayor, if I can?
Yes.
My recommendation is going to be go ahead and open that hearing, that public hearing, and at that point in time, before I read the ordinance and you instruct me, I will tell the council that there's been an update. That way we put it on the record.
That's right. We also don't have to re-notify if we do that.
So I prefer to put what she's about to say on the record, so we don't have to cancel it right now.
Okay. Is that an issue to do it that way?
Well, I don't know that that's an issue. I mean, the individual is asked to pull this item. So if the individual is asked to have this item pulled, then I don't know why we wouldn't just pull the item.
Okay. Are they asking to pull it completely, permanently?
They did, but because it was an advertised public hearing, we felt that it was prudent to go ahead and open the hearing, read in the withdrawal, and then close the hearing, so that it was part of the record.
Okay. I have no problem doing that.
No, that's fine.
All right. Except my hearing aid doesn't want to cooperate with me right now, so. All right. So we're under item 9B, item number 1, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to read the?
You have a brief announcement before.
Oh. Are there anything in the brief announcements?
Yes.
Yeah, brief announcements. I'm sorry. I can't forget the Christmas parade.
Come on, man.
Why don't you go ahead and do this?
Well, I would be glad to do that, and thank you, Mayor Dodd. I appreciate that. You know, the annual Christmas parade is going to be going off in Sebastian this Friday. It's going to be departing Main Street at 6:30 p.m. and headed down to Riverview Park. We're not going to have Santa in the park greeting the children due to the COVID epidemic, but it's going to be an outstanding parade. We've been able to get over 35 commitments to be in the parade. The most important and special thing, I think, is that, first of all, I'm going to be in it, so why wouldn't you want to go? But secondly, the marching sharks from the city of Sebastian, from Sebastian High School, are going to be there, and it's the first time that the marching sharks will ever have marched in our Christmas parade. So that's extremely exciting. 200 individuals from the marching sharks will be there. I hope as many of you can get out there, and you can also go to the Chamber of Commerce if you want to get in there and put a float in, put your boat in, put your golf cart in, put whatever it is that you want to be in. If you want to be a part of this very special event in the city of Sebastian, go to the Chamber of Commerce. They have applications down there. They'll be taking them probably up to about 5 o'clock on Friday. Hopefully you can get it done as soon as possible so we'll know how many people are there, but the more the merrier. And I'm very proud of the city of Sebastian for making this happen. I want to thank Tony from the Lions Club. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank our city staff, our chief of police, and everyone that's been involved in it. I have taken a very small role in making this happen, but I'm very proud of the fact that it's going down. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, sir. And one other thing about the parade. If you are someone who feels queasy about actually going out in public and standing around and do that, the city is going to broadcast that parade on the city TV channel and the city website. Is that correct? So you will actually be able to see the parade if you really don't want to go down there. If you're for your personal reasons you feel uncomfortable going out and doing that, you'll be able to advertise the parade. Mm-hmm. Yes, Mr. Carlisle.
And Sebastian Daily is going to provide drone footage on their website and some footage as well. So we're giving opportunity to people that may not want to go and afraid about social distancing. So I appreciate you mentioning that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. And since we're in brief announcements, I will say this. Light Up Sebastian, I think, was a pretty big success. I drove around. I didn't get out and go into any of the businesses, not because I was afraid to. It's just that I just didn't. I just drove around and looked at all the lights, which was nice to do. But I think there were a lot of businesses involved in it, and there was a lot of people out walking around. So I think that was a good success, too. So, all right. Now, we're on to item 9B, quasi-judicial hearings. And I am going to open the hearing on item number I on 9B.
Yes. Well, Mr. Mayor, if I can, before we proceed with this case specifically, staff has an update.
All right. Staff, would you like to do the update on this?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Don't we have to approve the minutes from the last one?
No, that's in the minutes. Oh, that's right. Board of Adjustment minutes. Thank you, sir. I'm glad there's 5 people up here. You're helping me out.
All right.
Thank you. All right. This is approval of the minutes from the June 24th, 2020 Board of Adjustment. And do I have a motion on those minutes, please?
I move approval, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
All right. We have an approval and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign opposed. Motion passes. Now, Mr. Anon.
Okay. Once again, on item 9B, staff has an update for the council.
We received this afternoon an email from the applicant. He states, "Good afternoon, Dory. Per our conversation, I would like to formally withdraw my application for the variance for my shed at 242 Dickens Avenue." So at this point, we'd like to withdraw that application and close the hearing.
All right, thank you. So are there any objections to withdrawing and closing the hearing?
No, sir.
Seeing none, then we will now close hearing 9BI. And now we're going to open hearing 9BII.
Yes. I will just ask that Dory give the clerk that email that received from the applicant to make it part of the record. Okay. As far as 9BII, that's case number Christian Ellis in regard to Lot 20, Block 231, Sebastian Highland, Unit 6, located at 702 Carnation Drive, is requesting a variance to construct a fence 6 feet in height on a corner lot within the secondary front yard area, specifically 11.5 feet from the corner property line, whereas the code would require such fence to be 20 feet from the corner property line.
Okay. All right. Would the city, let me see now, I think this is the one, would the applicant like to, first, okay, council members, are there any ex parte communications on this item?
No.
No. Seeing none. Okay, anyone who's going to present evidence in this, would you please stand and let the clerk swear you in? Sir, would you raise your right hand?
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and the factual
That is me.
in which you're about to give or present during this public hearing will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and you guys, we're not having conversations up here. My hearing aid is squeaking, and these guys can all hear it, and they keep telling me, so I'm trying to push it in so it quits squeaking at them. So, applicant, would you like to make a presentation, please?
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. My name's Christian Ellis. I'm relatively new to the area. Thank you very much for hearing my case.
And that's all you get? Is that what you want to say? Nothing else? Okay. With the staff?
I can try to help him out.
Okay.
Mr. Ellis has a home, it's a corner lot at 702 Carnation Drive. He's seeking relief from the fence code, which requires a setback at 20 feet. He is proposing a 12-foot fence. The mitigating circumstance with regard to Mr. Ellis's case is that when he purchased the home, there's a rather large septic system right next to his house. He can't impede that system with a new fence, so our recommendation is for approval, but only for 12 feet, which gives him reasonable access of the side and rear yard and allows him to construct that fence and miss that septic system. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions from anyone?
Nope.
I've got one, and I have one of the drawings. It looks like in the back of that lot slopes a little bit. So if he takes a 6-foot fence down through there, that fence is going to do this. Is that correct?
He would have to follow the contour of the ground.
Okay. In the past, we've let people make the fence slightly higher than 6 feet in order to make it level. Is there a reason to not do that?
Well, I've not seen that.
Okay.
So.
All right. So we're fine with that then. That was just a question for me to ask. Anyone else have any questions?
No, sir.
No. Looks straightforward.
All right. Go with a motion.
I have a motion to approve the variance as requested.
All right. And I have to open this up. Is there anyone on the floor that would like to speak in opposition of this request? Seeing none. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of this request? Seeing none. Okay.
Check Zoom.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Nunn,
check
seconded
Zoom,
by
sorry.
Vice Mayor Hill.
Zoom.
Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak?
No one has raised their hand at this time.
Okay. We have a motion. Since it's a variance, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
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 Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Chairman Dodd?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm now going to adjourn the Board of Adjustment meeting and convene the Community Development Agency meeting. Item A is approval of the September 28, 2020 CRA meeting minutes. Anyone have a motion they'd like to make on that?
I move approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Mr. Carlisle, would you like to introduce the...
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is a required bid for the landscaping contract for the CRA district that had expired and needed to be rebid. Staff put out the bid. Anne Marie put it out, and we had an alternate bid for taking care of US 1 at the same time, so that it would all be done in uniform. They submitted an alternate bid. The company, Tropical Property Maintenance, that is currently doing our work out there, was the only bidder on this project. And we'd like to ask the council to consider approving this bid for them, including the bid alternate for US 1 in the amount of $171,684. And there's all the documents are in there, and we'll open this up to any questions that you all may have.
Okay.
Mayor Dowd, I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to address this issue? Anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion from council?
No, I just have a question for staff. Now, the city staff has been maintaining the US 1 corridor, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so this will take that off the hands of the Public Works Department?
Of the leisure services, yes, it will, and allow them to spend more time on other facilities. As we grow facilities and we add things to it, it's really going to help us out in our efficiencies.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? This entails money, so let's have a roll call, please.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. McPartlin?
Yes.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Chairman Dodd?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Hill?
Yes.
All right,
Motion
motion
carries.
passed.
Thank you.
All right, now I'd have to adjourn the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting and reconvene the regular council meeting, and we're at the public comment point. Is there anyone who would like to address the council on items that are not on the agenda? Is there anyone in the back? Yes, sir.
I'd like to address you on an item that's on the agenda, but I don't know if
Mr. Mayor.
you're going to have a public comment on that. It's the comprehensive plan.
Yes, I'm going to open that up for public comment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor Dodd,
Yes.
you're really screaming.
Am I still screaming?
Yeah.
Buddy, I can't hear it. Okay. I have to go find my audiologist, I guess. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council on items that are not on the agenda? Is there anyone in the back who would like to do that? Is there anyone in the back in the lobby out there, Chief?
I think there's anybody left.
Oh, I see some people out there. I didn't know if they... No? Okay. Anyone on Zoom that would like to address the council?
I have two people on Zoom with their hands raised. Robert Stevens, you're unmuted.
Unmute. Okay, I'm unmuted.
All right, you're good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Bob Stephen, 150 Concha Drive. I want to thank you for that meeting on the Sunshine Law. That was very good. Maybe we could do that a couple times a year to keep us fresh on that. That would maybe help. Mr. Mayor, I think maybe you guys have jumped the gun a little bit on this Aquatic Vegetation Control Incorporated. That guy that just put a presentation on for you, here, right on the money. You know, we want to remove the vegetation from the canals. We don't want to put it down in the bottom and add to the mark. You're adding to the nutrient level. So I really, and you didn't let your committee even finish their work. They worked all week, and then you said, well, it doesn't matter, we're going to do what we want to do. I don't understand that. So I think you really need to reevaluate what you're doing with the city, because right now, I had a guy poisoning the front of my house for 15 minutes this morning, and I'm not feeling very good about it. You know, I don't know how many tons of chemicals they put in there. I couldn't go near there. My wife said I got to leave the house. The guy down the canal said that they're using Dicot 2,4-D, which is worse than Agent Orange. I mean, worse than the other stuff you were worried about, glyphosate. You know, and you had a guy come in here and tell you, you're not paying attention, city. Please pay attention and stop these people. Listen to your board that you appointed to do their work. You didn't even let them finish. So disappointing. I think you need to reevaluate, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for doing the Lemon Law Board tonight. No offense, but Mr. Mayor, he did a much nicer job than you did last summer. But I can go on and on this. I'm just beside myself because I don't breathe well breathing this stuff in, Mr. Mayor. And you just dumped a shitload of it, excuse me.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of it in our canal system.
Thank you,
And
sir.
the public needs to be aware of that.
Thank you.
You need to tell the public that you're doing that.
Well, you're telling them, but your profanity really is indicating, and I'm going to ask you to please stop.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
But you are dumping chemicals on us.
All right.
And you're putting the nutrients down in the water.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on Zoom?
There is one more. Give me just a moment. Phone number starting with 916. You're unmuted.
No? Okay.
I'm asking on mute.
All right, then I'm going to close the public comment section. On the consent agenda, I would like to pull item C.
She just unmuted.
Oh, they're unmuted? Okay.
Yes. Go ahead. 916.
Is that coming over the line?
Yeah, that's her touching her phone. I believe this is Stacy, and she just remuted herself, so, and she's unmuted now.
I love technology.
Just move on, Mayor Dodd.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's cut that one out.
And one more, Denise.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just calling in because I would like to make a comment about the
Hold on. I love technology. Can you unmute one more time, please?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes,
Thank you.
there. I'm unmuting now. Oh, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just calling in because I want to make just a couple comments. I'm hoping that this council.
Okay, what is going on? I think she's got two lines open.
Is that it? Because that's somebody's doing.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it keeps muting again. So.
Okay, I think I've got you on the phone and the computer.
Yeah, I'm just on the computer, so.
Okay, do it now, please.
Okay, yes, well, I'm just calling because I wanted to just make a statement regarding the masks mandate, and I'm hoping that this council will go ahead and not enforce employees, let businesses decide to make their own decisions and not govern our health and well-being, and just let us assume that everyone's going to take care of our own health and watch each other and not continue this kind of useless mask mandate, along with the temperature taking and the scanning, which is really useless and invasive. So I'm hoping that this county can just continue to let us make our choices, be safe, be free, not cause businesses to lose customers or employees to lose jobs. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Could I have your last name?
It's Harlan, Harlan.
Did you get it, Jeanette? Okay. Anyone else?
One more. Mike Singer.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the previous comment.
Mr. Mayor.
It's kind of, people think they have to come in and ask your permission.
On the agenda,
Mr. Mayor.
sir.
Sir, that's actually going to be on the agenda in a little while. If you'd like to call in at that point, it would be more appropriate than doing it now during public comment.
Sure thing.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Anyone else?
There is no one.
Okay. Let's go to the consent agenda. As I said earlier, I'd like to pull item C. Would anyone else like to pull any items from the consent agenda?
Just C.
Move approval items A, B, D, E, F, G, and H.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hill?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, I pulled item C, not because I have any issue with this contract. I'm going to move, I guess, in a few minutes that we approve it. But in my conversation about this item with the city manager, he kind of told me that he felt like that his marching orders from the council were to spray, period. And I wanted to make sure that we are clear about that. I believe that what we said was use best management practices. And one of my concerns is that if we look at the canal system north of 512 and the Hardy Park Lake, there's so much vegetation in there. And I understand completely that that was caused because there was a gigantic knee-jerk reaction last November and the moratorium was put in and it created the problem that we have in that canal system in that park. But I'm concerned personally about if we actually kill that vegetation and it drops to the bottom, I'm not sure we're not creating an adverse reaction to our action. And I'm assuming that when we talk about best management practices, we're talking about a practice that does the least harm to the environment and creates the least adverse reaction to an action. So what I would like to do is to talk from within the council before we approve this particular contract about the possibility of asking the city manager to go ahead and do some RFPs and try to get some harvesting technique in to try to get as much of the vegetation out of that that canal north of 512 and that lake before we begin to spray. So we reduce as much as possible the amount of vegetation that we drop to the bottom of that particular canal system. So I know it means a month more, but quite frankly, I think it's at a point where is a month more greater or not? I don't know. I'm just primarily concerned about what happens if all of that stuff drops to the bottom of that canal system and becomes muck. We now have a maybe bigger problem than the one we cleaned up. So that's just what I would like to do. Is I think this is the appropriate time to have that conversation.
Sure, and if you don't mind, Mayor Dodd, I'd like to join in on that conversation. So here's where the problem is. We have a major problem that needs to be resolved. We have utilized vegetative removal, manual or harvesting, and it has proven to be not effective in bulk in our canal system. So the marching orders to the city manager was, yes, indeed, use best management practices, which he has staff who are experts in best management practices that are to utilize those marching orders to go forward. Whether it's spraying, whether it's manual, whether it's pulling weeds. And I see our city staff out there clearing canals with backhoes and end loaders and trucks, and they're doing a hell of a job of getting the vegetation out without spraying. So they're doing exactly what we directed them to do. So the fact of the matter is the directive to go with best management practices is the directive to go with, because for us to say we want to use best management practices and manual harvesting, well, those are two different directives to the city manager, because best management practices is that. And it includes manual harvesting, and he is incorporating manual harvesting in what he's currently doing. So we have a major problem. I'm not interested in waiting another month, and I would suggest to you that best management practices gets us out of these issues, and then maybe when we come to this company that spoke with us today, aquaculture, that is a future endeavor that we can engage in. But for us to say that we want to hire manual harvesters prior to spraying, I think is really kind of contradicting what the directive was that this council already laid in, and it's contrary to best management practices.
Okay, is the fact that we spray before we manually clean and we drop all that to the bottom, is that truly a best management practice? Let me ask you, Mr. Carl, I know I put you in the middle.
No,
your assumption, as you talked to me, was that you were told to spray?
No, in clarification, the moratorium for spraying was lifted, and to use that as a methodology, and council didn't want to wait till the December 9th meeting to have a contractor brought to them. They didn't want to wait till January to start the process. But we are still manually cleaning. Hardy Park Canal, there's not a lot of areas and access for us to get to it with our type of machinery. And we don't have the budget currently to bring in manual harvesters. And if you listen to what Mike Elfenbein and Nick talked about, those types of harvesters spend more time moving and upturning and that than they do actually cleaning, and then they have to dump it on the bank. So Hardy Park may not be the best opportunity to do manual, but we haven't stopped manual cleaning. We're still digging ditches.
I'm only talking about the canal north of 512 to Hardy Park. I understand what's being done in all the other areas. I've seen the equipment in there. I know you're doing a fantastic job cleaning out those ditches, and what you've done on the Collier Canal south of 512 with the equipment you've had in there is a fantastic job. All I'm talking about is the canal system north of 512 to Hardy Park. I know we had a problem with the contractor that came in to do manual harvesting in there. I don't know whether that was the contractor or whether that's indicative of manual harvesting. I really don't know that answer. But do we have the money in the budget to demuck that canal system in that lake? If, for example, we drop enough stuff to the bottom that requires that we demuck it?
So it has to be systemic. All of those canals need to be demucked. Even though Hardy Park was demucked, when we did soil samples in there, it needs to be demucked as well. But part of the process was to do the IPM, and when I gave my presentation and report was, we start at one end of a canal and we start working our way through it. But you're not going to have enough money in the budget to go in there and do 5 miles of canal. So we have $500,000 in our stormwater budget for canal restoration. That'll get you about a mile. But is Hardy Park the place to start it? I don't think so, because it's already been dredged with traditional dredging. We have a lot of obstacles out there. As we dredge these canals, we have to look at the seawall process, we have to look at the land clearing.
Yeah, I understand that. My whole concern is, and what you're telling me is, that you're not concerned that we're creating a problem that's bigger than what we're solving.
Correct, because the majority of what's floating on that water is duckweed, which is very small and inconsequential when it comes to the amount of vegetation it would sink. And we're not spraying willy-nilly, we're not spraying everything on the banks, we're only hitting the invasives to try to keep them from expanding. We're not hitting we're hitting the torpedo grass and the hyacinth and the duckweed, but what you see floating in, the majority of what you see floating in Hardy Park is duckweed, which is a very minute amount of material that floats on the very surface. All the hyacinths in Hardy Park actually got pushed to the weir, and we sent backhoes in there to manually remove all those hyacinths that got pushed to the weir, if that helps.
All right, so what I'm hearing you say is that you're not going to come back later and say, oh, we got to spend this money because we dropped so much crap down in...
Not because of this operation.
Okay, then I'm satisfied with that.
But we are going to have to eventually dredge those
I wanted to bring this up because I just wanted to make sure that we were consistent with what we were doing. So I move that we approve item 12C.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
I'll second that.
Okay, now we have a motion to second. Now you can talk.
I just wanted to say I've had many discussions with the city manager about this, and the purpose of this coming here is because we've already told him to do this, and it wasn't to go spray everything, as you said, willy-nilly. It was to go deal with things in best management practice methods. They are cleaning up the canals they can clean up with manual methods, and then spraying to keep those in a working order. So this essentially is just approving the contract that we had already given him permission to go out and get it done. And so, no, I'm not worried about us causing more issues. I think, as we discussed, there are places that still need to be dredged anyways, but I don't think it's going to cause the problems in the places we're concerned with.
Okay, I'm still concerned. I'm fine with that. Anyone else have any comments? Okay, this involves money, so let's have a roll call, please.
Mr. Mayor, are you going to allow any public input?
Okay, that's right. I pulled it. Can I have public input, please? Sir?
Mr. Mayor, my name is Graham Cox. I live at 1213 George Street. My house backs up to the canal where the contractor was working this morning. In February, earlier this year, February 2020, Brian Benton made an excellent case for taking emergency action on the Barber Street ball fields. The Integrated Pest Management Committee that you formed, and I'm privileged to serve on as an advisor, saw the sense of dealing with an emergency before it became a disaster. I'm going to suggest that we've sort of gone around and violated that procedure. I learned about this weekend about what the city is resuming the herbicide spraying. when I saw the agenda and I got phone calls. As I said, I serve on the Integrated Pest Management Subcommittee, and we're committed to getting a plan done by the end of March. That's the timetable that we've gone on to. I'm asking, what is the emergency that says we have to do it right now? And you've discussed it, and I understand the concerns that council members have raised. It really is, frankly, and I say this with some trepidation, but I think it's an insult to the intelligence of the IPM committee to rush into a solution when we have not agreed on the problem and the pros and cons. I've gone through this song and dance before with you folks. This morning I talked at length with the operator of the airboat. He stopped in my dock and we talked for about an hour. He made a credible case for what he is doing and for what his company is doing. And it's a shame that his company have not been available to explain the rationale for the work that they're doing. I won't say I agree with him, but he made a credible case. I am asking that the stormwater manager and the company, Aquatic Vegetation Corporation, come to the Integrated Pest Management Committee as soon as possible, and we sit down and discuss the emergency and the rationale and the best way to go about it. Frankly, the basis for a lot of our problems is the communications to the public as to what's going on. And I got phone calls galore this morning. I got people knocking on my door saying, what the hell is going on now? And I'd like to be able to give them straight answers. And when I say, I don't know, they say, well, you're on this Integrated Pest Management. Why don't you know this? And so I just ask that we do better communication and that that you give us permission to be able to talk to the company that's doing this work, because I think they do have a good case. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom?
We have one person on Zoom, two persons. Mr. Stevens?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Mayor, I'll try to be appropriate. Bob Seaven, 150 Concha Drive. Sorry, Mr. Hill, I was there, I saw it. They were shooting nilly-willy. They were shooting into the stormwater park. I don't know how many gallons they shot today, but I'm sure it was a lot. I'm sure it was close to the $50,000 that you've allotted them. But we are shooting chemicals into our environment. We are adding to the nutrient level. And if you've all looked at the report card from Lisa Soto put out yesterday, we cannot do this anymore. We absolutely cannot. I really pray the city of Sebastian would start looking at what the scientists have found. And they have found some very interesting things. Please, Mr. Mayor, review the recent report card for what's happening in our area. Indian River is in a dire situation. Our lagoon is dying. The federal government is very upset. We have one of the biggest estuaries in the country, and it's dying. It's on its deathbed. We need to stop. Listen to what Lisa Soto says at the end of her report card, please. Please, I beg you. Don't go doing this anymore. I know Mr. Hill likes to do this, but please, would you wait? Let Mr. Cox and those people do their job and give a recommendation. I don't know how many gallons you guys put in this waterway, but I'm sick. I'm sure the birds, the fish, I'm sure there are going to be some other people that are sick. I have neighbors that don't realize you did this, and they use that water to irrigate their lawns. Please tell them. Their little dogs go out there. I've got 3 dead dogs down the road here, and the people were using that water to irrigate their property. They didn't know there were poisons in there. Please, Mr. Mayor, have a heart. Be a humanitarian. Stop this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Andrea?
Good evening. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Oh, very good. Andrea Coy, Sebastian. Geez, I can't believe it. Did I just hear Graham Cox say that he wanted to listen to the company that was doing the spraying, that they gave a credible story? Geez. Look, folks, no matter what we do, there's going to be people that are unhappy. The previous speaker was just talking about things that are poisoning the waterways. But let's talk about what the neighbors on the canals are doing to the waterways, not just what the city is doing. We have people dumping their pool water directly into these canals. Just take a look and you'll see that pool water runoff from lawns contain more garbage than the little bit that the city sprays into the canals. I do know that it is not willy-nilly, because when I was on city council, I went for an airboat ride myself. I wasn't in the airboat, but I followed the airboat with the city in a city boat. And they were directly targeting what they needed to do. It wasn't just blasting chemicals into the water. It was taking care of the problem. So although I do support letting the board do its work, I am impressed that Mr. Cox would like to talk to the people who are spraying the chemicals. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. It's not just the city that's poisoning the waters. We have far more people and neighbors putting spray on their lawn that's running off into the, and that is far more dangerous than the little bit of spray. And oh, by the way, these dogs and the fecal matter that they're finding in the waterway, ooh, la la. Anyway, my 2 cents for what it's worth.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's no one else.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I had one more thing if I could to clear up one item. This is in no way, from the very beginning, a replacement or a slap into the face to the IPMI committee. This was put in place to get moving, to get things taken care of, to solve problems until they could finish their project and come forth with a plan. This is in no way, we respect what they do completely. We're very happy with what they did for land treatment, and we will be just as happy when they're finished with the aquaculture or the waterway plan. So this in no way is in any way a negative to them. It's just we needed to get our city back in order while they were doing that, and this is why we suggested to do that. And by the way, we are not using glyphosate at all. I asked that. We are not using glyphosate.
We've directed the contractor this time not to use glyphosate on those canals.
Nope.
We haven't prohibited it, but we've asked him and explicitly at this juncture not to apply it.
Thank you. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nunn,
Yes.
Mayor Dodd,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hill,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Partland.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, committee reports and appointments. Item 13A, Planning and Zoning Commission. Does anyone have a motion they'd like to make? Or is anyone, right now we have Robert Huggan, who is actually the current incumbent, who's asking to be reappointed.
That's correct.
And we have two alternates who are asking to be appointed to that position, and one new applicant being asked. Does anyone have any comments? I'd like to move that we reappoint Robert Huggan, if I'm saying that last name correctly, but we reappoint him.
A second.
Anybody, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we're now on to the Charter Review Committee. I think...
Mr. Mayor, does that move Louise up on that one too?
No, she stays an alternate.
Okay.
Yeah, she stays an alternate on that. Okay, Vice Mayor Hill, do you have the two nominees that you're going to put on?
I will have those nominees after we as a council determine the five that will be at large, then I will
Okay, so
go
it's
ahead and
not any,
appoint mine.
you don't think any of these listed are on the five are people you would want to appoint?
I absolutely do.
Okay.
But I would prefer to see this council appoint their five, and then I will appoint the two who I feel.
Fine with me. I just want to make sure. that-
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
they'll
right.
be off this list for sure.
So let's do this kind of simple, although it may not sound simple. I'm going to, we have 5 positions, so what I would like to do, if the council agrees to that, is see if there are nominations for position 1 and get nominations from the floor for position 1.
Louise Cottenberg.
She's one of my picks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
All
thought
right,
she
we
was
have
on
Elise
this list.
Cottenberg, or do we have any other nominations for position 1?
Is she already
Ms.
picked?
Cottenberg is already
I
appointed
beg your pardon, sir.
by Mr. McPartlin.
Dave Newhart.
David Newhart.
Yeah, she's already on there. I'm
All
sorry.
right. Very good, David Newhart.
Mr. Jones said Dave Newhart.
Dave Newhart. All right, we have Dave Newhart as a position 1 nominee. Do we have any other nominations for position 1?
Tom Shearer.
Oh, we got 5 positions, Holmes.
Yeah. Well, let's do position 1, vote on it. Position 2, vote on it. It's simpler that way than try to keep it 5. Now, Tom Shearer is the guy is the application we received late, correct?
Yes, that's the one we have here.
Yes, and we do have an application from him. So for Tom Shearer, so Dave Newhart and Tom Shearer. Any other applicants, any other nominations for position 1?
Amber Serta?
Amber Serta. Now, we're gonna do position 2, 3, and 4 later, so,
And 5.
okay.
yeah.
And 5.
Yeah, and 5. Okay. So so we have 3, Amber Serta, Tom Shearer, and Dave Newhart. Is that all for right now on the position 1? Let's have a roll call on each person named
just so everyone's
individual out of that 3.
clear, I think there's some confusion up here, Mayor Dodd.
I think there is as well.
We're taking this as an individual, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. So we're going to take 5 votes, 5 separate nominations.
Right.
Rather than just do it all at once.
So the problem is doing it all at once, then what if we get 8? You know, it's
I
simpler.
agree. So
Yeah.
Dave
let's just do it.
Newhart was the first, and then
Right.
so we can vote on each of these.
Yes,
if you
we'll
want.
vote on each of these as we go forward. So
I think you're creating confusion, because I have my list right here.
So do I.
Okay, and I think when you come up with number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, we should vote on all of those unless we have a consensus. We might all have that same person on our list.
okay, so are one of these 3 people on your list?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then you can vote for that person.
Right.
Okay.
So what are we doing, all 3 people we already picked right now?
No,
or-
we're going to do one position at a time. This vote is for whether you want Amber Serra, Dave Newhart,
Tom Shearer.
or Tom Shearer in position 1.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's have a roll call with that, please.
Okay. Mayor Dodd,
Dave Newhart.
Vice Mayor Hill,
Newhart.
Councilmember Jones,
Newhart.
Councilmember McPartlin,
Newhart.
and Councilmember Nunn.
Newhart.
Okay.
Okay, David Newhart is in position 1. Now let's do nominations for position 2.
Amber Serta.
Amber Serta.
Amber Serta. Anyone else? Any other nominations for position 2? Hearing none. Amber Serta is in position 2. All right.
Thank you.
And nominations for position 3.
Tom Shearer.
Tom Shearer, and I nominate Vicki Drumheller for position 3.
Bruce Hoffman? Bruce Hoffman.
Bruce Hoffman. Okay, so we have any others? Okay, Tom Shearer, Bruce Hoffman, and Vicki Drumheller. Let's have a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Hill,
Hoffman.
Councilmember Jones,
Hoffman.
Councilmember McPartlin,
Hoffman.
Councilmember Nunn,
Hoffman.
and Mayor Dodd.
I think Hoffman.
Okay.
It's on my list too, so.
All right, number 4, and I nominate Vicki Drumheller. Any other nominations for number 4?
John Cristino.
Any others?
Linda Kinchin.
Okay. We have 3. Linda Kitchens, Vicki Drumheller, and John Cristino. Any others? Let's have a roll call on that, please.
Councilmember Jones,
Drumheller.
Councilmember McPartlin,
Cristino.
Councilmember Nunn,
Christina.
Mayor Dodd,
Drumheller.
and Vice Mayor Hill.
Cristino.
All right, John Cristino is in number 4. And number 5, I once again nominate Vicki Drumheller.
Tom Shearer.
Mary McGee.
Any other nominations? Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember McPartlin,
Mary McGee.
Councilmember Nunn,
Tom Shearer.
Mayor Dodd,
Drumheller.
and Vice Mayor Hill,
Drumheller.
and Councilmember Jones.
Drumheller.
All right, so Vicki Drumheller is in number 5.
My choices will be Linda Kitchen and Sherry Matthews.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and you'll notify them?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Sherry was here.
All right, we're now on to a item number 14A, quasi-judicial hearing. I'm going to open the hearing. Would the city attorney like to read the resolution, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, approving the subdivision preliminary development plan plat for pods 1 and 2 within a planned unit development known as the Spirit of Sebastian, consisting of 77.99 acres and 208 lots, located east of the Sebastian Highland Units 15, north of South Moon Under subdivision, west of Old Dixie Highway, and south of vacant industrial land, providing for conflict herewith, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, do any of the council members have any ex parte communications they'd like to report on this?
No.
No. Okay, I had a conversation with the applicant, but it was primarily about presentation. It wasn't about the actual project itself. I just want to report that. It does not involve any conflict on my part. Okay. All right, so anyone who's going to present testimony in this case, would you please stand and let the city clerk swear you in?
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and the factual representation you're about to give or present during this public hearing will be truthful and accurate?
Okay, would the staff like to make their presentation, please?
Application for the preliminary plat for Spirit of Sebastian, which was a project that was annexed into the city, received land use and its zoning and approval of the conceptual plan, which is in your packet back in 2018. It went before Planning and Zoning with a recommendation of a 4-3 vote. It went before City Council. The conceptual plan was approved by a 5-0 vote. That was in 2018. What you have before you is the next step of the subdivision process. This is the preliminary plat. This is going to give you a little bit more details than what is in the conceptual plan regarding lot sizes, road names. It has probably a 90% developed stormwater plan with what you're seeing. You've got a landscape plan with you that was also presented with the application. This is that next step of the subdivision development. If this is approved tonight, the applicant will then work on construction drawings. Those are your much more detailed infrastructure, road base, the crossover over to the canal. Those are going to be much more detailed civil engineer drawings. Those are reviewed and approved by our city engineer. They will not come before you. Those are more of your detailed construction plans. At that time, and probably while we're reviewing that, the applicant most likely will be having his environmental analysis of the property updated. We had a report in 2018. You have particular portions of that analysis with your packet, but we require something to be much more recent. Double check the tortoises, no new wetlands, scrub jays. That will be the step that they'll be taking and reanalyze the property with regards to environmental concerns. Once they've done with that, the construction drawings are approved, they'll submit a land clearing permit, and at that point, staff is checking to make sure all jurisdictional permits are in place, and we're ready to go on the project. And at that point, you'll see some equipment in there and land being turned over. That's probably still about 6 months or so down the road. Once they get all that infrastructure in, they then work with the surveyor. That's where you're going to get your permanent reference markers in for the lots are in the ground, and that will come back before you. That's your final plat. I just wanted to kind of review that process for you and where we are. We're in that second step. When the application was received, staff sent this out to other jurisdictions to review it. Indian River County, we got comments from the Utilities Department, Health Department. So there's quite a bit of other agencies, including staff and our consulting engineer, that reviewed this application. What you have before you is the fourth revision, kind of the different sets of plans that we have both worked with the developer, and the developer has worked with us. There would be things that staff wanted to see included in the plans. Plans were changed, and there are things that we worked with the developer that he had requested, some of the conditions on bonds and things that we have that you see in your packet. What is required by code, your competent evidence, is in our staff report. Everything that the Land Development Code requires has been included in our staff report. There are some sheets where we have comments. There are other ones that we just say, hey, this has been provided so that you can see what they were required to meet with the Land Development Code has been met in these design plans that you have before you. The staff report that you have before you is also the same one that went before Planning and Zoning Commission. There were some minor changes, and you have that in blue, so you can see what the strikeouts were and what we added. There was a discussion regarding a petition that was received at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and on the attachment with our recommended conditions, we had adjusted some of the conditions that required some bonding that we wanted to help the developer with regards to getting financings for the subdivision. So you can see what the changes were from what Planning and Zoning Commission received. And at this point, I'd like to enter the staff report and all of the materials that were included in the packet that you have. We'd like to enter that into the record. And I know I'm talking, but I'd like to go over just a few things in that staff report that I think are important to consider for your determination of approval. This is, the preliminary plat is for pods 1 and 2 out of 5. It is going to be approximately 78 acres. And in these first two pods, there are 208 single-family lots, which also include, the preliminary plat includes your stormwater lakes, 12 acres of stormwater lakes, a 2-acre recreational tract, and a number of open space tracts. Additional right-of-way is being deeded to the Indian River County, to Indian River County for future development of Old Dixie Highway. Their proposed construction schedule is to hopefully start here in 2021 and finish in 2022. They are going to begin with Pod 2 first, after looking at if you put in your roads and then you have some additional heavy equipment going over that. This was the least resistance on those newly constructed roads with equipment for the next phase. So Pod 2 will go first, and then Pod 1, which will be done, completed in 2 phases. As I said, there will be an updated environmental impact statement that we will get down the road after construction drawings are approved. We have what's required with a new subdivision. Our code requires, and our interlocal agreement with the county school board is that this project was presented to them, the administration, to make sure that capacity is available in those schools that this area, that this subdivision will be in. That is in your packet. As you can see, there is they have a formula where they can finite exactly how many elementary students, middle school students, and high school students will be projected from the subdivision, and based on that scatter letter that you have in your packet, they have said that there is definitely enough capacity for those children in those schools. Also in your packet was a updated public impact facility statement, which was just for these 2 pods. So I'd like to enter some of those figures into the record. Estimated property tax at build-out is going to be approximately $170,000. That is annual per year. There will also be an annual stormwater fee collected, which will be approximately, at this point with our fee schedule, $25,000, and we will receive a one-time recreational fee collected at building permit submittal for about approximately $204,000. Some of the other pages then do go into the requirements of code that show that they have been met. We also provided a chart that shows what is being proposed for these lots. The minimum lot sizes are going to be anywhere between 7,500 to 10,500 square feet. Those are your perimeter lots, so those are very much in line with the lots that we have in Sebastian Highlands at 10,000 square feet. They have established their setbacks. Side yard setbacks are going to be 7.5 feet, so that's 15 feet between structures, which is very similar to other planned unit developments that we have in other subdivisions in the city. And that is what is on. We also provided you a comparison chart, and we gave you 5 other subdivisions that we compared to show that this is very similar, nothing different or outlandish from this subdivision. With regards with this application, the subdivision code allows you to request adjustments, which is basically another word for a variance. It doesn't have to go before the Board of Adjustment, but they're, in other sections of the code, they're called waivers. Subdivision section, they're adjustments. And the applicant has requested 2 adjustments that you would grant in addition with your approval of the preliminary plat. One of the adjustments is there's a section of code that states that the subdivision has to have 2 entrances, especially for this amount of lots. So the conceptual plan had proposed a entrance onto Del Monte and an entrance onto Old Dixie. When the initial preliminary plat showing those 2 entrances was reviewed by the county had some issues with the entrance onto Old Dixie. As an off-site improvement, the developer was going to, from their entrance onto Old Dixie, was going to improve Old Dixie Highway north to 512. They were going to have to run utility lines down there, but it would be curb and gutter, widened, and this goes in front of our industrial zoning area in that area. The county came back and thought that they needed to do more improvements even south of Old Dixie, even though there is not enough right-of-way at this point to do those improvements. The developer met with the county. They had some various meetings. What they had come up with as an alternative is this emergency entrance. The entrance onto Old Dixie, as proposed in this preliminary plat, would be used for construction entrance where all the vehicles, we definitely would like more of the construction drills off of Old Dixie instead of on Del Monte. And then when these 2 phases or the subdivision is done, this would become a straight emergency access. So because the code requires 2 entrances, at this time the applicant is requesting an adjustment from that requirement. Now, on the conceptual, there is another entrance proposed for Pod 3 onto Bailey Drive. So this is just a temporary adjustment so that once Pod 3 comes in and before they can final plat that entrance onto Bailey Drive will have to be constructed and built. The adjustment is no longer needed. The second adjustment that they're requiring is we do have a specific code regarding length of roads that end in cul-de-sacs. There is a road, Archie Smith Lane, that is over the 600 maximum feet. They're asking it to be 966, but what they have done is at the end of that cul-de-sac, there is an access tract that will be available for pedestrians, bicycles, and stabilized so that if an emergency vehicle needs to get over that and through that track, that is available instead of having to wind around through the road to get to that section of that road. If you reviewed our attachments and the attachment to the staff report with our recommended conditions, we are asking that the developer continue working with the county to at least get those improvements on Old Dixie Highway north to 512, and to continue meeting with them, various designs, see if that will happen. If not, usually when we approve a planned unit development, there are some off-site improvements that are kind of negotiated in exchange for having these variable setbacks and these lot sizes instead of a straight zoning. And so without getting that improvement to Old Dixie, if it does not occur through the county, the city would like to see at the construction of Pod 4, this would be down the future, some bike lanes on South Wimbrow. We're having sidewalks and some improvements to Del Monte, but if after 4 pods you still can't work anything out with the city, with the county, we would like to see that off-site improvement of some bike lanes on South Wimbrow north to 512. Also as part of our conditions within the resolution, the improvements to Del Monte, the bridge over the canal, we need some formal licenses to encroach. Those are city property, public property that they'll have to do some infrastructure in. So there's some specific developers agreements and license to encroach that would have to come back before you and get approved, and we've set some timelines on when we would need that. This will be the first subdivision that will be fully accessible by gas lines. So any of the houses built will have that. They have Florida Gas, and that also is in your packet, that they have acknowledged that they can service this subdivision with gas lines that they have along 512. This subdivision is proposing around its perimeter and some of the streets inside, instead of landscape tracks that will be maintained by the HOA, increasing HOA fees. They have become landscape easements on each of these individual lots. And I think that you can see from the landscape plan, there is a very nice landscape plan proposed with lots of native landscaping. The homeowners will be responsible for putting those in and maintaining those. We're just requesting that there's a little bit stronger language in the HOA docs that yes, those landscape buffers are maintained. If a tree dies or goes down in a storm, they're replaced to keep that buffer. The only other thing I'd like to go over is that at the Planning and Zoning Commission, there was a petition from the residents on Del Monte. They had reviewed the landscape plan for Del Monte. There was concern with the amount of landscaping that would be put into the public, the right-of-way. Who would maintain that? Site visibilities for them backing out of their subdivision, and they presented a petition that they would rather not see that landscaping. They were happy with the curb and gutter, that will fix the drainage possibly on that street, and there is a sidewalk on one side. And so I think as staff, and we are recommending that we are okay with that, removing the landscaping. What we would like to see, though, is you've got the plans that has the landscaping still in it. If approved tonight, we would request revised changes to those two sheets. And of course, then when the construction drawings come in, it will not have that landscaping either. Some of those improvements, though, the improvements to Del Monte will not be right up front before the subdivision begins. That Pod 2 will come in. In our list of conditions, we've set a timeline on when we want to see that offsite improvement to Del Monte. I believe it's by the time they start building into Phase 1, remembering that Phase 1 is going to be the second phase and Pod 2 will be the first. With that, staff recommends approval of this preliminary plat with the conditions listed in the resolution, which are also attached as Attachment A onto our staff report, and we also recommend approval of the two requested adjustments.
Thank you, ma'am. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good evening, Chuck Meckling with Insight Solutions. As you all know, we've had a long journey to get here tonight, and we've worked years with the staff and with the city manager, and we're very proud of what we've done. At this point, just to let you know that we've been developing in this county for 30 years. We were the people responsible for the Collier Club development, which was an award-winning community, and we also have done Sandcrest project on Main Street and Powerline. So we've had a history of doing quality community development in this area. One of the things that always seems to come up front with the council and with the city of Sebastian, keeping with the spirit of this community, I'd like to briefly run through our team. Our team are all local people, and most everybody's here tonight. Tim from Florida City Gas couldn't be here tonight, but as previously mentioned, this will be the first natural gas community in Sebastian, Florida. Karen Meckling with Insight Solutions is here. And just to let you know, I got the short straw tonight. We were going to have the rose petal make the presentation, but you got the thorn. Ralph Brown, whose family has owned this property for decades and decades, since the early 1900s, and he is here tonight. Somewhere around here, Peter Robinson is in the back of the room with Laurel Agency, and he represents the Brown family. Warren Dill is our attorney with Dill and Evans. John Blum, who is with Carter and Associates in the back corner, our engineer for civil. Brian Good for traffic, who's on the other side of the room. Dr. David Cox with David Cox Consulting. Robin Polinsky, and Robin has done our landscape work, and she is with Sur La Terra Landscape Architects, and you probably know her work around the area. She's done wonderful things, and the package presentation has been one we're very proud of. And Jody Love is here, Wheelhouse Properties, that does our property management. All local people, and our proposal is also that we have a group of people that will be doing the work here. They are all local people, and they have local people that live in Sebastian, and their wages help to make the economy go round and round, which is something we're proud of in the work that we've done. I'll keep our presentation relatively short, but I just want to give you a little feel for what the project is. And over the time period, there's been a lot of discussion. It's 208 single-family units. We are not a subsidized housing in any way. We have county water, sewer, no septic. We have curb and gutter, closed drainage, storm retention, as earlier said, 12 acres of stormwater lakes, and underground utilities. We also, as I said, the first natural gas community in Sebastian, and we have an interconductivity with our sidewalk system, and our sidewalks are 5 feet wider, which is wider than code normally calls for. And we will have a community amenity center. In this community center, we plan to have lots of community events with everybody in Sebastian, and we look forward to the community coming and doing events and functions there. It'll be something that will be an added benefit, and we're very, very close to the river district, which makes it very accessible for everybody as well. And we will have a boat and RV storage area in the project as well, as we're just a couple minutes from the public boat launch area. Where we are is outlined. That's the entire piece that has now been annexed into the city of Sebastian. And we'll give you a little feel for the community as this video. Thank you, Barbara. And what we're talking about at this point is the first two pods, 208 lots, and they'll be developed in different phases. One of the things that staff had talked about, and we may do the work depending on the site contractor early on to improve Del Monte, as we want to have that done. We want to work with the homeowners there and to make them happy. We want to be a good neighbor, and we had that conversation at the planning and zoning meeting, and I think it was well received by everybody. And we'll go through some of the landscaping slides. This depicts going across the Collier Creek Drainage Canal. Is when you saw the aerial, there was a lot of open space. I know at one time there was discussion that this was a pristine oak hammock. That's far from the truth. It's been used over the years for a variety of agricultural purposes, and we do have some palm trees in there that'll be moved around, tree spaded and moved and used within the development, but it's one of those things that when we're done, Robin has targeted a lot of the natural plant material native to this area, and when this thing is finished at the end of the project, it'll be something that is a great repurposing of the land that'll make everybody very proud. The amenity center will be within the community, obviously. It's going to have a playground area, and this is where we'll hold different events. The facility is a little bit different, but it's going to be something that will work really well and have a low maintenance fees, as it's more of an open air pavilion with some air conditioned rooms underneath. And I will let Barbara once again give you a little wrap up vision of the community, and then I'll answer any questions.
Very nice.
Glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, does anyone have questions of either the applicant or the staff?
Well, I have just a couple of questions. Mr. McLean, thank you for coming here. I appreciate all that you've done in the projects that you've done in the city of Sebastian and throughout Indian River County. They've all been stellar projects, and obviously you put, your effort forward as really someone who lives in the community, as someone who lives in Indian River County and understands what this community is all about. I appreciate all the efforts you and your staff have put forward on this project and the others that you've described. There was a couple of issues that I saw in here in reading this, and one of them is one of the conditions where it states a bond should be required for the sidewalks of any remaining lots within each pod phase that has yet applied for building permits before the subsequent pod phase final plat can be approved. I'm not understanding that very well. And does that mean that the entire sidewalk system has to be bonded out prior to the approval of this? Or is there a time certain when, if there's a small percentage, maybe 10% or 20% of them that have not been constructed prior to the next pod going in, is that when those have to be bonded out? I guess the question, Mr. McLean, isn't for you, but Ms. Bosworth.
So what we envision is pod 2, which will be the first pod, 68 lots, I believe. They get in there, the houses are being built. In the meantime, they're constructing, doing their roads in pod 1A, 1B. When they come to final plat, that next pod, the next phase, say there are still 5 lots that are not done in the first phase. But 3 of those already have their building permits in there. We would just want to bond for the 2 that do not have sidewalks in front of them. Okay. What we have found in some of the PUDs, Ashbury was a good example. After 10 years, they had 3 lots that still did not have houses on them. They were bought by the houses, the neighbors next door to them. And it's set up that the sidewalk will be built when the house is built, clearly so you don't break the sidewalk as you're doing. But of course, after 10 years, they had an incomplete pedestrian walkway. And so this at least will be a safety net so that there's a continuous sidewalk for the residents in that pod. Now, if they in turn want to put the sidewalk in, we get a bond for that. If the building permit is going to be pulled soon, or if they want to if the sidewalk gets put in and then the contractor breaks it, they'll have to replace that. But that was the intent, to just make sure that at each phase as we go through, we're getting complete pedestrian walkways for that phase.
And that's on a pod by pod basis. That's not for
phase by phase, yeah.
Okay, so phase by phase. So yes. So it's like if there's 3 lots left over, and you want to move into the next phase, then you have to bond out those 3. Is that reasonable? That seems like something that's pretty reasonable.
We've never had the bond before in all our developments, but in talking with staff and the city manager, this is a concern of theirs. Our process is to go through each phase and build each phase out. So it would be such a small number that I'm okay with that. I just want everybody to realize that when we go through these projects, we take a very systematic approach We don't want to have gaps. We sell our product to a builder group. We'll have a variety of builders in there, so they're going to be responsible for the sidewalks, and we'll work out our agreement with them. But staff's been reasonable and working out, you know, when it goes into the next phase, and they've been reasonable. I'm sure we can do this and be just fine.
Okay, great. And then the other question was with the landscaping. You're okay with the removal? I guess you had already stated that you're okay with removing the landscaping along Del Monte as one of the conditions.
Yes, I'd like to be a good neighbor to the folks on Del Monte, and we'd be glad, you know, we're looking forward to putting the improvements in. At the same time, we want to be, you know, somebody that is a part of as rather than apart from.
Okay, great. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything? I just want, this is one of the best packets I've seen. I've been doing planning and zoning commission for a long time and up here for a while, and the packet on this was really, really good. At this phase of construction, there's a lot of detail in there that sometimes you don't see, and it was, I think it was a really good package. I love the landscaping concept of using the native and trying to roll into that. There's a lot of people like on our natural resources board that'll be extremely happy to hear that that's what's going to happen with that, because they're all about native landscape. I think it's a great package, and this is a great addition to Sebastian. So,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to say, looking at this and this whole project, it looks like something that fits very well into our community. It's affordable for the average homeowner. It's going to have all the things that the bigger developments that maybe they can't afford to live in have. So, no, this is an exciting project.
Yeah.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes, sir.
I am definitely pleased with the company and city staff working with the residents there on Del Monte to address their concerns. That is very important, and I appreciate that. Definitely, I know the neighbors over there really do too. So thank you guys for working with them on that.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Bob? No? Okay. I'm going to open this up now. Thank you. I'll open this up for anyone from the audience who would like to speak in opposition to this request. Anyone from the audience who would like to speak in support of this request? Anyone on Zoom?
We have 2 people.
All right.
So far. Andrea, you're unmuted.
Hi, Andrea Coy, City of Sebastian. Just want to repeat some of my comments that I made at the Planning and Zoning meeting. Just as a general comment, we only had at Planning and Zoning a couple people from Del Monte Street who were they spoke under the against side of the story, but they just wanted to negotiate the landscaping. And when have you ever heard that people don't want stuff? Chuck Meckling was offering landscaping and to make it really, really beautiful, and they want less. So that's unheard of. And again, tonight, there's no one opposed to this project. So I want to say thank you to Chuck Meckling and all the folks who work so hard and City of Sebastian and staff and Dory and everyone who's worked so hard on this project, because it's excellent. And people who know me know that I don't say good things about developers a lot, but I have nothing bad to say about Chuck. Mr. Meckling is just a wonderful person to work with and always has been, and he's local. We know where he lives. We know where to find him if he doesn't come through with his promises. So he will do what he promises to do and then some. So I'm thrilled, and I hope this just goes smooth as sailing, lickety-split right on through City Council. We look forward to having another fine development of Mr. Meckling's in our community. Thank you, Chuck, for everything you've done.
Thank you, Andrew. Anyone else?
Michelle?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Michelle Morris with Sebastian. First, I just want to say Mr. Meckling has been deeply rooted in our community for, you heard him, well over 30 years. Everything he has been a part of has been extremely successful. I mean, just look at Collier Club. That place is vibrant and beautiful, and I cannot imagine looking at the conceptual designs that this Spirit of Sebastian will be anything less. I appreciate Mr. Meckling for all he's done for our community. I think that it's important that we continue to look at smart growth, and this is truly it. This is smart growth. Sebastian's going to grow no matter what any of us want, but this is exactly what Sebastian needs. This was tailor fit for our community. And I want to thank Mr. Meckling. I think this is going to be a beautiful project, and I certainly hope it gets approved tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, there is not.
Okay, Mr. and the city attorney, I believe that we want to make sure that the presentation made by the applicant is recorded in the record of the minutes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was going to wait for the deliberation, but what I would like to do is make sure that Mr. Mackling's presentation and the videos, which I know we have, but just make sure it's moved into the record like the staff report is moved into the record as well.
Okay, so that does that, so it's now moved into the record. Thank you. All right, I don't know if there's any reason for the staff. I didn't hear anything that anybody said that makes the staff have to do any comments, but if you'd like to make comments this time.
No, just to formally recommend approval with the conditions listed in the resolution and approval of the 2 adjustments requested.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R-20-29 with the conditions and recommendations per staff.
Second.
All right, we have an approval and a second. Any comments? Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Nunn,
Yes.
Mayor Dodd,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hill,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Nick
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now
We'll see earth movers.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Just to be clear for the record, the motion passed was for the resolution, including the 2 adjustments that we requested.
Yes,
That's what was stated.
Yes.
Thank you. I need to take a break if we could. 5 minutes?
All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back from recess. I'll call the meeting back to order, please. And we're on to item number 15A. With the resolution, would the city attorney like to read the resolution title, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Emergency Resolution R 2032. It reads, Emergency Resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, repealing Resolution 2008 in its entirety to encourage voluntary compliance of wearing face coverings when in public, requiring all persons entering a city facility that cannot maintain social distancing to wear face covering, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Any comments from council before I open this up for public input?
I would just go ahead and make a motion to repeal Resolution R-20-08 and adopt Resolution R-20-32.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this? Seeing none here, is there anyone from Zoom that would like to address it?
I have one person raise their hand right now.
Okay.
Mike Singer? You're unmuted?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so what I'd like to say is it's,
Mr.
and I
Mayor,
guess
can we
just
get a
for the
name?
record.
Mr. Mack, can we get a
Your
name?
name, please?
It's Mike Singer. And for the record, is it possible that the council, any one member can just for the record acknowledge that you just previously voted 5-0 in favor of there not being such a mandate?
Actually, I'll address that. What this resolution does, if we pass the motion as stated, is there is no actual mandate. There is a strong suggestion on the part of the city of Sebastian that this residents wear a mask, and there is an agreement that the city staff, under the direction of the city manager, will require masks if you cannot social distance within city buildings. If you can social distance, for example, this evening I look out in our audience, there are several people without mask on, but they wore a mask to come into the chambers, and then they sat down in socially distanced chairs and they took their mask off, which is an appropriate thing to do. And that's exactly what the ordinance does. There is still a requirement that people do temperature checks as they enter city complex buildings, which is not overly invasive. None of the machines that we use store anything. All they do is take your temperature. They don't store your face. They don't store anything about you. And so there's no invasion of anyone's privacy through those machines. So that's actually what the ordinance does. We do not have, based on this ordinance, within the city of Sebastian, a mandatory mask requirement. We have a strong suggestion from the city that people wear masks when they cannot socially distance. Quite frankly, that's the same suggestion that comes from the CDC and a whole bunch of other people. Yes, sir.
And I'll just real quickly state that there's some confusion in the community because this is simply the codification of what we stated at the last meeting.
Yes.
This is actually doing what we asked in a 5-0 vote to do. It's nothing more.
Yeah, what we agreed to in the last meeting to do to that original resolution was more than the city attorney felt that he could do without actually creating a new resolution and having it passed from a legal perspective. So that's why we're doing it this way. Do you have comment? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I appreciate your clarifications. And, what I'd like to say is that it's actually, it's really astonishing or alarming, certainly concerning, that any citizen feels that they actually have to depend upon a county committee of any sort to what their rights are, to what they do or do not do with their body. Now, technically, it certainly is a violation of the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and certainly a violation of federal civil rights to create any kind of a mandate. And you're indicating it's not a mandate but yet they're saying it's a mandate. You're saying it's not required, but they're saying required. So what it does is it gives impressions to people, especially vulnerable, fearful, insecure people, that they have no choice. They better do it or they're going to get frowned upon or looked at bad. So what I would highly recommend, suggest, is that you make it very clear that wearing a mask, a face mask, anything at all, taking a temperature check, which is invasive to some people. Because, just to clarify, under federal law, particularly under the Americans with Disabilities Act, it actually states very clearly that a person's physical disability or health condition could be mental, it could be psycho-emotional, it could be physical, it could be genetic. And everybody does have their own unique personal makeup. So it is an infringement to outright say a person has to, or even strongly suggest, and then, in connection with saying it's a suggestion, to say it's a requirement or you're required to do so. So I would highly urge and recommend for you to absolutely make any sort of mandate that you pass. And I just want to say on that note, there is no municipal, local, or state law, let alone mandate, regulation, rule, requirement, anything at all that can override and supersede federal law. So under federal law, you really should include the reality that this is a strongly encouraged, and you should include that if anybody for religious reasons or for health reasons, which may be mental, psycho-emotional, physical, or genetic, because that's the way federal law reads, you are not required to subjugate yourself to any sort of invasive or what one might consider non-invasive, somebody else might consider invasive. Some people have good reason to believe they don't want a gun that they don't know anything about and what kind of, radiation it may have. They know nothing about it pointed up to their head, let alone the subjugation to that. It is an infringement and a violation upon individual sovereignty. So I really encourage you to, at the minimum, make it very clear that it's completely voluntary, it's simply strongly urged, and that if you have a religious exception or a health exemption or physical condition, which may be mental, psycho-emotional, physical, or genetic, as per federal law under 42 USC, that you're absolutely not required nor urged to do so.
All right, sir. Thank you. I will say, in response to that the courts have so far withheld or upheld mandates, mask mandates in the state of Florida. There's been court tests as far as day before yesterday. I think it was Sarasota County that there was an agreement by the court that their mask mandate was valid.
And there are no mandates. There are no mandates.
In our policy that we're talking about approving, there is no mandate. There is, however, an agreement that the city manager can execute his entrance policies on city property that requires that if you cannot socially distance, you have to wear a mask, and if you enter city property, you have to have your temperature taken. I don't believe that there's anything in the federal Constitution that stops that. In fact, our city attorney has given us a ruling that he agrees that that's not constitutional issue. So, and that we're well within our rights to do that. It's a matter of public safety. We can all argue about whether COVID's real or not real. We can all argue about whether the cases are up or not up. I just looked at the statistics yesterday and today for Indian River County. And it's been a long time, of course. I'm an old guy, but it's been a long time since I took those statistics and economic classes in college. But I will tell you that the trend in Indian River County is not flat. It's high. It's up. It's trending up. On December the 6th, there were 7.4% positivity rate. The average between November 3rd and December 6th was 5.9. That's not an outlier. That's an upward trend. If that was a stock, I might consider buying it. On December the 7th, it was 8.2%, and that's definitely not an outlier. That means that in one day it went from 7.4% positivity rate to an 8.2% positivity rate. This is not something that that is just being guessed at by people. These are actual numbers that came from the state of Florida, and from the Florida Health Department. So I would strongly suggest that people who are out in public wear masks, but we're not mandating it. There's no one mandating it. But if you want to enter city property, you'll have to have your temperature taken, and if you can't socially distance, you'll have to wear a mask. Any other comments from anybody? Any other comments from Zoom?
I have plenty.
You have plenty?
I have more.
Okay,
Yes.
bring them on.
Ruth, you're, please unmute.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ruth Kovleski. I'm the founder of the group Indian River Freedom Coalition, available on Facebook, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of our 805 concerned citizens tonight. You state that you're not mandating anything, but you are mandating temperature checks. You are mandating a full facial scan to enter your building there for a meeting under the Sunshine Act, and you are mandating masks to enter that building as well. The Sunshine Act 286.011 states you must refer to a specific statutory exception in order to turn away anyone from public meetings for any reason, be that refusal for facial scanning, test taking, signing in, masks, temperature taking, or vaccines. Not an emergency order, not an ordinance, not a mandate, a statutory law must be specifically explained. This city has failed to offer the specific statutory law or violation code with which they can turn the public away because there isn't one, and are therefore put on notice once again that they are breaking the law and will be held accountable by notices of liability we have and will file. There is nothing to charge anyone with because there is no law, statute, or code violation, period. Imagine if one could break the law simply by having a majority vote in a government body, saying, we are in charge, you have no say, we decided this, and you have to accept it. You state like any private business you can do this, by the way. Private businesses cannot discriminate when they are publicly accessed. And this, by the way, is the people's building. You are elected, you're recalled by our votes. Your council, staff, and your attorneys are paid for by our taxes. We, the people of the Constitution, do not agree nor consent. Imagine if you just decided to say, hey, for the greater good, you can break the law to get it in our building, so we'll just say you must slap this person to enter this building. That's just as ridiculous as to require medical testing or illegal facial covers, which are discriminatory against religious beliefs, and we have many laws against this disability-wise as well. A simple tyrannical body's vote does not make a law. Those must be legislated per our Constitution. The city, county staff, city attorney and staff and the council has refused entrance verbally, physically, and in writing to those of us who refuse to comply with their illegal ordinance and executive orders to enter in spite of our constitutional rights. They have and continue to discriminate against us on both disability and religious basis. Like those with disabilities or religious exemptions are to be set outside, to be shamed like animals, like they are second-class citizens. The following laws apply to negate these. Florida Civil Code 51, Section B. U.S. Code Title 18, Section 242, the Civil Rights Code. U.S. Constitution and Florida Civil Rights Act of 1964, Section 201.60 prohibits discrimination on many grounds, including disability, religious, and public accommodations, which this is a building which requires public accommodation. We are entitled to meet in our city buildings without discrimination, not be kicked to the curb or the internet. Our governor just said in-person meetings were to be required. There's been zero proof that face mask scanning or any of these other items will change the death rate for this virus. There are many experts who disagree. If asymptomatic people spread it, none of this would mean anything.
You got 30 seconds, ma'am.
Last week, Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch stated, our constitutional rights do not go away due to a pandemic. These cases are heading to the Supreme Court. You will be held responsible. We would ask that the people of Indian River Freedom Coalition demand you rescind the state of emergency and any mandates or any requirements for us, we the people, to enter your building as mandated by the U.S. Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, sir. 916, please unmute. We'll move on. Andrea, please unmute.
Hi, Andrea Coy. Gosh, you'd think that by listening to the last two speakers that this pandemic, we're all staying home, or a lot of us are staying home for absolutely no reason, and that those of us who have underlying circumstances that we want to take extra precautions, that we're the fools. Unfortunately, science tells us differently. And anyone who is not listening to the science is just not being responsible. Science is telling us what's happening with this virus. Instead of it being COVID-19, folks, especially those folks who think that nothing can be done to prevent things, imagine that this was Ebola. Remember that disease that was scaring everybody and that killed folks? Again, that was driven, it was a virus that was driven by contact and being in close proximity to those who had the disease. Why would you want to risk my life or anyone else's life because you think you know better? What's so hard about wearing a mask to show some responsibility, that you care about me and everyone else? All right, if you don't care about yourself, fine. But that doesn't give you a right to disregard everyone else. Please, people, be responsible. I don't have a problem with what the city has done with this resolution. I don't have a problem with a business. In fact, I will go to businesses who require masks, who respect me and my health and want to help me take care of myself and the people in my home. Please, people, have some respect. Let's get over this. Let's get beyond it. Ignoring this is not the way to do it. Asserting your maskless rights is not going to help right now. That's all I have. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Stacy?
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Sorry, I'm the one that couldn't unmute, so I'm trying through my computer.
And your name,
My name
please.
is
Your name again,
Name,
please.
please.
Okay.
I'm Stacy.
All right. Stacy what?
Stacy Meyer.
Thank you.
And I'm new to Sebastian, and I know you all took an oath to uphold the state and federal Constitution. The Constitution is the fulfillment of the Declaration of Independence, and the role of the government is to secure our inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Inalienable rights are rights that cannot be taken away by anything, as they are God-given. This is what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. Yet we seem to have forgotten that. The government is not here to micromanage my health or to determine how I should live my life or to tell me I am not allowed to breathe unobstructed. Also, we are not a nation of science, we are a nation of laws. And by perpetuating this fraudulent state of emergency, you are violating your oath of office and the law. Positive tests are not cases, and per the CDC and FDA, these tests are not valid. This is the first time we have used positive tests as a metric for continuing a state of emergency which has gone on for 9 months. Again, our inalienable rights cannot be suspended by anything, including a virus. I read that an 11-year-old from the area I came from committed suicide last week while in his Zoom classroom. He shot himself in the head. Are you okay with that? What about Make-A-Wish children with terminal illnesses such as cancer? Many wish to see a professional ball game and meet their favorite players, or attend a concert and meet their favorite musicians, but not in 2020. Instead, they live their last days isolated in their homes. These children making the ultimate sacrifice. Are you okay with that? I understand how intoxicating money and power can be, but what I don't understand is how you can sell out your children or grandchildren's future. Is this really the life you want for them? A place where everyone is concealing their identity like gangsters. 93% of our communication is nonverbal. We communicate empathy with our facial expressions. We also determine who we can trust by observing others' facial expressions. How can you take this away from anyone, let alone children? These next 10 years in America will be a cross between the Depression of the 1930s and the inflation of the 1970s because government has run amok. Depression and starvation kills too. This is tantamount to genocide. Are you okay with that?
You got 30 seconds, ma'am.
As a community, do we want to become so afraid to die that we're afraid to live? Because in 2020, government has told us that we have stopped living, that we have to stop living. What is the point of life if we are not allowed to live? I am from California, where they are decimating their economy. Homelessness is rampant. Businesses are closing their doors left and right. And there is a sense of utter hopelessness. You have the opportunity to take the road less traveled, like Placer County did in California, to put your community first. Love over fear, freedom over tyranny. Please honor your vote, repeal the mask mandate, as there is no law requiring any of us to obstruct our breathing, and end this fraudulent state of emergency before it's too late.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I also just want to address quickly required medical screening before being allowed to enter the meeting. This is completely unlawful. It is against the Florida Sunshine Act. Florida Statute 286.011 requires that all meetings of
Thank
state
you,
and
ma'am.
local
Your
government
time is up, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And before I move on from that, I just want everybody to know that the two people that just said we were violating the Sunshine Law by taking their screenings did a sunshine or attending our meeting via Zoom. And under the Sunshine Law, they were able to comment on the meeting. So I believe we haven't violated their open meeting process. So anyone else on Zoom?
The only people with their hands raised have already spoken.
Okay, so we can't bring people back for a second time. I got to be careful what I say here because I'm kind of confused. I just want to read something, and this comes from a court case that happened the other day. This is actually the city of DeLand was sued over their mask mandate, which we don't have a mask mandate. They actually do. Our policy is not a mask mandate. And there's several quotes in here from the judge when he rendered his ruling on this that I thought were very appropriate, but I'm only going to read one. And this is that the court cannot help but note that the only way the plaintiff, which are the people suing against the mandate mask, might suffer irreparable harm here is if the city's mask ordinance is found unconstitutional and the plaintiff, therefore, is placed at a greater risk of contacting COVID-19 because the citizens of the land stop wearing face coverings in public. Now, I think from the perspective of someone who is supposed to be trying to look out for the safety and welfare of the citizens, we have made as watered down an ordinance as we could make. We've provided support to the city manager to be able to protect our city employees because the city manager, along with several of us, believe that COVID is real and that we don't need to subject our employees to being exposed to it. We're not doing anything invasive when people come in, and I don't believe there's any constitutional issues related to this, so we'll have to go from there. Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No, I thought, nope, I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah, I would just say that, it's amazing. I mean, this is the kind of, that one issue that pisses everybody off, no matter which side you're on. I mean, because right now we're doing basically what, we have to do per the governor's order. But the side that wants us to make sure everyone either stays at home or wears a respirator are pissed because they think that we're not telling the businesses that they should make their employees wear masks. And then those that think that you should just walk around naked and jump in septic pits are mad because they think that we're saying you should be safe and we're just recommending you don't jump in septic pits.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's just one of those issues, and it's like, it's insane. It's hyperbole. I mean, it's like the things that we're hearing, like it's tyrannical that we're saying you should wear a mask if you're out in public and you can't social distance. That's what we're saying. That's what this law is. And we're also giving the city manager, just like we're giving every single business in this community, the right to maintain their properties how they wish to maintain them. That's all we're doing.
Yeah.
The things I hear are insane. So I fully support this. Okay. It's exactly what we have to do.
Manny, did you have something you wanted to say? I hear you took your ears off.
Yeah.
See, you took your ears off.
I do, because a lot has been saying, and I know that I sent all council members. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I know I sent all the council members my opinion, but I would like to address some of the issues, to address some of the concerns that council might have and the residents. First and foremost, the latest order that the governor put out, which was Executive Order 244, I'm going to address two specific issues that he addresses in that order, which is Section 2, which says, obviously it deals with the right to work and operate a business. It says no COVID-19 emergency ordinance may prevent an individual from working or from operating a business. This resolution that's being proposed does not do that. That's number one. The second issue I want to address in Section 4 of the executive order. It says suspensions of COVID-related individual fines and penalties. Well, this is not our resolution that you're about to propose does not impose any kind of fine. With that, I want to also add that we are still, as far as I know, under all three, federal, state, and a local emergency. This council has, in fact, issued an order, and I know they keep saying illegal, whatever the comments they've been making, but if we all remember, actually the order entered into by the mayor back in March was ruled by a judge to be legal. That's one foremost. Plus, we're doing everything the CDC guidelines are saying. I mean, wear masks and socially distance. We're not saying anything differently. With that, I do want to talk about a statement that I made to you guys, and I want to read it if I can, just for the record. I was asked a while back by the manager to address this issue about the mask ordinance. I mean, I'm hearing a lot about ADA, and I'm not addressing the ADA per se. If there's an ADA issue and they want to come to these meetings, they can contact the ADA coordinator and figure out what they need to do if they want to come to this meeting. That's it. We have that in our agenda right now as we speak. But that being said, I was asked to look at it, see if there is any kind of violation of someone's constitutional rights. And I'm looking more toward the First Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, since we're talking about, biometrics, for lack of a better word, being in the military. This being said, I believe it is well within the city's police power to pass a resolution, or an ordinance in this case, but a resolution to protect City Hall, to protect City Council members, the meetings, as well as its citizens in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. That's why you declared the emergency. The city declared that emergency back in March, and like I said, ruled to be legal by a judge. It is my opinion that the resolution, or the proposed resolution which you're about to weigh, is narrowly tailored to a specific public interest. And what is that? Safety of the public and health. That's what it's narrowly tailored to that. Also, it is the least intrusive means, in my opinion. The least intrusive means, i.e., all we're asking someone to do is wear a mask. We're not asking them not to attend meetings. If they want to attend the meetings, wear a mask. If they don't want to wear a mask, they have so many options. I think the city of Sebastian has bent over backwards to help the citizens who are in fear of not coming here to do at least 4 or 5 different alternative means, i.e. you got Zoom, which you heard the two people actually were able to participate in a meeting via Zoom. Not only do you have Zoom, you also have that City of Sebastian TV. You also have YouTube. You also have the ability to call in and talk. You could be at the safety of your home, and you can actually call in. And you also have the ability to sit outside in lovely weather out there, or even in our foyer area here in the building, and watch the meeting in safety and socially distant. So to say that City of Sebastian is doing something wrong, to me, it just doesn't make sense with their arguments. Nonetheless, we are not telling anyone they cannot attend. We are simply saying you must wear a mask and get your temperature taken if you're going to come to City Hall for City Hall businesses. Plus, the resolution does not include, like I mentioned earlier, any criminal penalties, any fines. In addition to that, it does not impede anyone's right to free speech or assembly. I mean, they can come in. As you noticed in the audience today, everyone has come in, everyone has sat down, everyone is socially distancing, and if I can recall, almost everyone is not wearing a mask. A couple are, but they're socially distancing, which is what we're required to do. It does not impede. Okay, for this reason, is my opinion, and council can rely on my opinion, is my opinion that our proposed mask ordinance, it's up to 5 council members to vote on it, but the proposed resolution that we have on the mask does not violate anyone's right to free speech, to First Amendment or Fifth Amendment right. And pretty much that's it. That's what I want to say for the record, that I do not feel, and you correctly noted several cities have in fact had this. Matter of fact, I can tell you the Florida bar and the courts, you cannot go into a courtroom without wearing a mask. They just won't let you in the door. I went yesterday to a DMV. DMV not only required me to wear, you got to make an appointment to come, number one, to go to DMV to do anything with them. Number two, you got to walk in, you got to wear a mask, and guess what? The first thing you walk in, there's that little machine, put your face there, and it pops you, and you're good to go. We're not retaining anyone's facial images. It's just the temperature, and it's gone. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments from council?
Mr. Mayor, I would like a couple comments. One, I would like to say that the original temperature device that we had last council meeting is not what they're using now. The new one is just simply a temperature device. It's not taking a picture and printing out a piece of paper like it did last month. I know that was a concern for some people. I get a lot of emails, and I've read every one of them. I don't respond to everyone because there's a lot. There's been a group of people that think the word suspension of COVID-related individual fines and penalties meant that the police department could go out and issue citations, and then when this is all over, go collect fines. That's not legal. I went through and verified. I talked to the city attorney. He checked everything. There's nothing legal about writing a ticket today and collecting money tomorrow. That's not how that works. So that's not something we could do even if we wanted to. We don't have a mask mandate. We've never had a mask mandate. We've only had a very strong suggested, please wear your mask. We still are saying, we suggest you wear masks. We still are saying, stay 6 feet apart if you can't wear a mask. But it's still your choice. It's still the business's choices. And most of them are wearing masks. Most of their employees are wearing masks, as it's their business and their option. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I might as well.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Weigh in, this is, as Mr. Hill referred to, I mean, this is you can't win in this situation. There is, I don't know, on both sides, I don't know whatever happened to common courtesy anymore. And we discussed earlier in the workshop, especially about the sunshine, that we're allowed to do reasonable rules and policies and enforce them. And I would go an extra step, and I think the attorney would agree, that Mr. Carlisle can make reasonable rules and policies for entering City Hall, which we've already discussed. And that's not violating anyone's rights or anything along those lines. Again, it seemed like the first week after the last meeting we had, it was all the emails. I can't believe you're going to kill people. You're issuing a death sentence. You're doing this, you're doing that. Then the following week, it took a big turn, and it was like 3 times as many. Thank you for dropping the mandate, again, which we didn't have. And, I was labeled a mask advocate because I said you should wear a mask. Now, I agree, and as you said, statistics, I'm a numbers guy. I've been a numbers guy since I was a kid, and I've taken that to this point, through my career. And I watch the numbers. But I don't know whose numbers to believe anymore. I listen to both sides. What's the right thing? But I've watched the statistics from the very beginning. Yes, our positives are higher, but also we are testing more. But if you look at from the beginning, The deaths that happen is less a percentage of the positives today, and that has gone down. As positive tests have gone on, deaths have gone down. Yes, one is too many. And going back to like the Sebastian Light Up night, I went over to Sebastian Landings, the facility next to Sebastian. And I had gone there 1 year ago as a volunteer for the VNA in their Veterans Hospice program. And it's a beautiful facility. And they have great meeting rooms. And so when I was up there on Friday night, I talked to the lady, how's COVID doing up here? She's like, we've done good. We've only had a couple of cases. I said, how's the visitation going? She's like, oh, no. They're still in a lockdown. People can't go in there. She says some of the, residents there, they're able to wheel them outside to meet with their family, but some can't get wheeled out. And I'm telling you, I heard suicide is on the rise. Yes, it is on the rise. But some of these deaths that are happening, it's because you can't see your loved one. I had surgery a couple of months ago. I got dropped off at the door by my wife. They took her number to call me up. When I woke up in recovery, the staff did everything they could to keep me comfortable. But there's nothing like waking up from surgery and having your family or friends around you while you're waiting that time. I couldn't imagine having to spend the night in a hospital all alone. I like my alone time, don't get me wrong. But, having family that can't be with you. So, again, I can't win on this issue, but I agree with this. I strongly encourage people to wear masks. Does that make me a mask advocate? I don't know. But to me, it's just common courtesy. If you don't want to wear a mask, don't wear a mask. But if you go into a place that requires it, common courtesy, put it on. That's my 2 cents, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. All right. There's a resolution. We need a roll call vote on this, please.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hill?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember McPartlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We're on to item 17A, which is a presentation on the comprehensive plan. I want to make a statement before we do this. We're going to open this up for public input after the presentation. However, I want to make sure everybody understands that this is not the official public hearings on this. And we are going to have 2 public hearings, I believe in January or maybe January, February. I'm not sure. I don't know that we've actually settled on what the time is. But I am going to open it up for public comment this evening. But please remember, this is not the official public hearings on this on this comprehensive plan. This is basically a presentation where the city staff are saying, council, we're turning it over to you, and we're going to schedule public hearings with it. So just as long as everybody understands that if you to speak tonight, that's fine. You can certainly raise your issues, but you're going to have additional chances during the actual public hearings on this. So, okay, Ms. Frazier.
Thank you, Mayor Dodd. Good evening, council. We are here this evening to...
Mr. Mayor, can I read the resolution?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. Read the resolution, please.
And for your record, it's January 13th, the second reading, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. This is not the first reading.
Okay. Corrected.
Yeah. Now, you want to read the resolution?
There's nothing to read.
There's nothing to read.
Nothing to read. That's right.
This is just a presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's right. There's nothing to read. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's been a long evening. So this evening, staff really wanted to take the opportunity, as you stated, Mayor Dodd, to try to synthesize all of the information that has gone on for this Comprehensive Plan 2040. If any of you have taken time to look at the website, there's a plethora of information, PowerPoints, and if you can stand it, 4 minutes of my talking head discussing this comprehensive plan and the next steps to come. I'm very proud of this plan, and I think that you all should be very proud of your Planning and Zoning Commission, your Parks and Rec Board, your Natural Resource Board, and all of the public that has taken the time to come together and really bring a plan that expresses the community's values. I hope I get this. Yay. This plan looks very different from your current plan. We have streamlined it. We've made it more user-friendly. We have combined elements. We've clarified information. When we transmit this up to the state, the statement will be made that the current plan has been struck in its entirety. So therefore, the state will not be expecting a track changes type of comprehensive plan. They will be receiving the plan in its entirety. One exception, our economic development element was not touched, has not been updated, and that will be sent up as it exists today. That is a supplemental element. It is not a required element, so it's a supportive element. And the council may direct staff later on to update it, but at this point, we have not. This information is important to share with you because the package that the council received on October 1st contained the draft document, the entire comprehensive plan, as well as a matrix. The matrix is the roadmap that will help the state understand how we got from our current comprehensive plan to the new comprehensive plan. It will show which policies were changed because they were no longer relevant, or they were completed, or they just weren't necessary any longer, or they were moved to a new element. Please try to remember that we have combined and renamed a lot of our elements. For instance, infrastructure was public facilities, it's infrastructure now. The conservation and coastal management element has been combined from conservation and coastal management. It's now one because they're so compatible. So we wanted to highlight these things for you all. In tonight's package, you have the Planning and Zoning Commission sitting as the land planning agency's recommendations that were made in their October 15th meeting. One of their recommendations was to pull all the maps out of the Word document and make it into a separate section. And we have supplied all of you with this section in advance. We thought it was a great idea, and we again thank the LPA for all of their time. This evening we will be looking to receive from you a date for the transmittal hearing. It is the public hearing that transmits the proposed comprehensive plan to the state. When you approve that transmittal, staff will have 10 business days to gather it all together and make sure it gets to the state, as well as all of our stakeholders. You may be familiar with this timeline I have in front of you. It is on our website. It shows that once the state receives this plan, they have 60 days to come back to us with their ORC report, which is their objections, recommendations, and comments. Hopefully there'll be very little so that we can move forward quickly into the adoptive public hearing. We have had, in fact, I just had a conference call with the DEO on Monday. They are expecting this. They are fully on board, and we sent the current plan to them just so they can begin their familiarity with the plan. So with that, I would like to quickly go through the plan just to highlight some of the important aspects of it. And if the council wants to ask questions and interrupt me, please do, or provide guidance at any point. One of the important additions was the addition of acronyms and definitions section. This really makes this plan so much more user-friendly. If an acronym is used, you flip to the front, and there it is defined for you, instead of flipping back how many pages to try to figure out what BEBR means. We also integrated livability concepts and smart growth concepts. The word wall in front of you is in the plan, and it really reflects the most important terms used by the public in their descriptions of what was important to them for the community. The land use element is the most important element in the plan. Land use elements designate the use of land, the future distribution, location, and extent of the uses. It is based on an analysis, a snapshot in time, certainly, because we can only look at the analysis from today's standards, as well as population projections. The amount of land uses that are required are based on your population. How much, there's a whole formula on how much residential will be needed, or how much commercial will be needed, or how much industrial will be needed. At this point, we have, is it 4% industrial land in our city? I want to focus your attention into every single element, the beginning of every single element. There is a highlights section, and it highlights some of the major aspects, if you will, reflecting the important characteristics of these elements by the community's feedback. For instance, in land use, mixed use was important, bringing that in, transfer of development rights, making sure that natural and man-made disasters, emergency preparedness was addressed, low impact development, sustainability, those types of overreaching goals were important and then highlighted in the front of every single element. So if you read those, you'll really get a good grasp of what that element is providing to you. Now, in the land use, and I'm spending a little bit more time on the land use because, again, that is the most important element of our comprehensive plan. We added mixed-use designations. We added incentives to increase your density in order to provide more affordable housing options, attainable housing. I really like that terminology. And we incorporated the coastal resiliency study into the FLU. The land use map in front of you is identifying the 4 proposed changes that we will be seeking council's preference, directive, in moving forward. We proposed 3 changes for the mixed-use district, and I don't know if I do. Okay, the first, if you can see, there's a little strip of land in the airport area. It's just east of Airport Drive. It's where the pickleball lies. That is currently institutional. The land use is institutional. The airport has requested that it gets changed to mixed use. The second change is the triangle area. That area has a mix of uses. It has, I believe, every single use in it. And so a mixed-use designation helps to provide flexibility to these property owners in the future. The third mixed-use proposal is Vickers Landmine. Staff proposed that it currently is incompatible land uses on one property. It has industrial adjacent to very low single-family density residential. So staff proposed that it gets changed to mixed use. I believe the property owner is requesting the city council to consider that change. The fourth change is an industrial property off 130th. It is currently known as Warrior Salvage. We are looking for a preference in options, if you will, to make that piece of property compatible with its proposed use. Any questions at this point? Shall I just keep moving forward? Okay. Back in I cannot recall if it's May or June, somewhere this summer, council directed staff to determine the best way to allow salvage yards as recycling within the industrial uses of the city. For edification, our current comprehensive plan prohibits salvage yards from within city limits. Our current industrial zoning prohibits salvage yards in industrial zoning or in the city limits. Those changes have been and will be made. That is not the problem. But there is we would like to get council's preference on how to move forward from that point. Option one is to actually create a new land use designation. The designation can be heavy industrial land use designation or intensive industrial land use designation. The difference being that heavy will be considered your typical uses in a heavy industrial area, which are currently prohibited within the city boundaries. An intensive industrial It sounds funny, but DEO has said, yes, we can do that for individual properties. We can also change individual properties to the heavy land use. I want to make that clear. So that's option one. Option two is that we have this conversation at a later date when we change zoning to a heavy or a light industrial and address it in a land development code change, which is a conversation that I will have with you in another time. So that's kind of the directive I'm looking for, the preference I'm looking for from council. Let me draw your eyes to what the existing language provides. That's the blue language. In the existing language or the future land use, it delineates what uses are allowed. Light manufacturing, assembling, distribution, warehousing, storage activities, general commercial, aviation, things of that nature, right? It expressly prohibits those uses you see in front of you that have been determined to be potentially harmful environmental nuisance impacts, which included salvage yards. Staff has removed the salvage yards from being prohibited. So if the council would like to direct staff to do option two and just address this under zoning, thank you. We're done. If the council would like staff to address this as option one in the land use, then again, I would like us to determine a preference so that I can bring you a more complete package when we go to the transmittal hearing.
Do you want us to talk about that now?
I believe that we can have a discussion about it, and at least I can get your preference so that I can at least move in a certain direction and again bring you a more complete package in January, February, whenever that is. Now, option 1A, I call, is that we add a heavy industrial land use, and it would consist of a lot of the uses that you saw before in blue. We can discuss different modifications, I'm sure. And then we would change the one property to a heavy land use. There would still be modifications we would have to do later on in the LDC under the zoning, which is not a problem. Or we go with option B, which we add an intensive industrial land use with site-specific performance standards for that one property. Now, as I've stated over and over again, the comprehensive plan is not the place to add regulatory language. Right. However, in this instance, it would be appropriate because it would be for one property, and it would identify the intensive use, and it would give guidance as far as buffering, setbacks, things like secondary containment.
Mayor,
all of that stuff.
If I could interject, I don't
Please.
see how I don't see how it makes any sense to have those things in this when we're talking about buffering. Those are all later, in my opinion. So at this time, I mean, we're just talking about land use designations, right? Is it going to be industrial? Is it going to be heavy industrial? Is it going to be intense industrial? You know, so when we get to zoning, that's when we're talking about something. That's when we specific properties. We talk about buffers and we talk about, you know, those types of things. Am I wrong here?
You are not wrong, Vice Mayor, and that is appropriate. I'm just stating that at this point, you could add more performance criteria under intensive land use or even under the heavy industrial land use, if you so choose.
Yeah, it seems to me like we should, and I don't know is there some concern in just saying we want to make this piece of land, because I think that's what we decided that we wanted to do at the council meeting when we discussed this, was to take, during this process, to make this easier, we'll just designate that one piece of property because of its location near heavy industrial property in the county, to make it heavy industrial. And then at that point, then we have a new designation in the city of Sebastian, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's very site specific.
Okay, go ahead.
It's very site specific to this one property. So then at that point, when we get into the zoning and those other issues, then we could talk about what the buffer requirements and all those other things are.
Okay, so to do that, we have to have a land use that, and we can call that intensive industrial land use or heavy industrial land use. But if all we do is remove the salvage yard, automotive warehouse recycling from our industrial classification, then what my fear is that we're opening ourselves up to having someone walk in the door and say, I want to put an industrial salvage yard in industrial land down by your industrial park.
Correct.
Or so to me, and I've had this conversation with the growth management staff. To me, the intent of what the compromise that you worked out on this property back when we were talking about it, the intent was for us to allow Warrior Salvage to do what they've asked to do. The indication was that they were going to be a good partner. They're going to do what they've got to do. And the intent was to do that. And my concern is if we don't create a separate land use for that piece of property, and we continue to have industrial as its land use, but we make some changes in our land development code later, that we're going to get caught with some industrious attorney walking in with a client who wants to put a salvage yard someplace else. And that's not what our intent was when we talked about that compromise, was not to allow that. So
100%.
My preference would be, and quite frankly, I don't care whether we call it heavy industrial land use or whether we call it intensive industrial land use, but my preference is that we have a separate land use for that piece of property that allows us to establish what you can do from zoning rules within that land use itself, separate from all other industrial land uses.
I agree.
Is there any comments from anybody else?
I was here during the planning and zoning meeting when this came up, and I remember when Ms. Frazier was talking about it, and there seemed to be a strong aversion to adding a heavy land use. How does this affect that? I know they don't make the decision, we do, but...
I can answer that. The council made the decision, and after the council decision, it was taken back to planning and zoning, and they said they don't have to do what the council says.
Okay.
That's so I'll answer that for you. And quite frankly, the fact that they were adverse to that was the issue there is what they were adverse to it, but the council had already worked that out. I mean, the council had already made that decision. So we have to modify that council decision before we could let the Planning and Zoning Commission determine whether it's right or wrong for that to go forward with that. So,
and if I may, real quickly, and I'll not belabor this because I think we are all in agreement, but if we were to add the designation, then in the future there could be different parcels of land that are annexed into the city of Sebastian that this heavy designation would be very good for. So I'm all in favor of the additional heavy industrial land use designation.
Yeah. Do you have any comments from that side?
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one comment?
Sure.
So, and I'll be brief. I think that section off 130th should be designated as heavy industrial or intense industrial, not just Warrior Salvage, because we have the Ford building, we have that cabinet industrial. I think that section of land, that parcel of land, not just the 5 acres or whatever Mr. Cook has, I think that entire section.
I think that's appropriate.
Because you've got the recycling. So when we say Mr. Cook's property or Warrior Salvage, I don't think we want to do spot zoning. I think we want to make that area.
I think that's highly appropriate.
I would just only give that opportunity to council to.
I think that's highly appropriate to do that. Now we have a piece of land that we've designated that. We have one place where there is a business that is using that designation. I don't believe any of those other parcels is anybody working in them, right?
There are. The Ford Wire building is vacant, but you have a section of land where you have cabinet manufacturing, boat building.
Okay, yeah.
And outdoor storage, which is another conversation, that is compatible with heavy or intense industrial.
Yes.
And non-residential.
Right. I personally, I don't know if any other council members have any issue with that, but I don't have any issue with that. I know she's.
That would come later, making it the whole 5 acres.
Yes, not just the Warrior Salvage property,
the
but.
language right now is all we're doing.
Yeah, all we're talking about is the language right now.
Okay, because I think it's important if you want to do that much, that the public gets the.
And that's gonna happen during our public input on this.
But you might get some people confused at home that are ready to zoom in here and.
No, this is not a final decision. We're just talking about a direction because we're gonna have, and I thought it's gonna be 2 public hearings, but what I'm hearing you, I'm not so sure we shouldn't have 2 hearings because if we hear this on the first meeting in January and we come up with changes we want to make, we might want to look at those changes before we give you the opportunity to your 10-day window starts for transmitting. So I don't know that we might not want to do 2 meetings in January. One, the presentation we make, and then if there's changes to it, you might bring those back before you transmit them. You can talk to the city manager about that.
And that's absolutely fine. And really, the direction on the land use map and this designation is what I'm really stuck at.
Okay.
And let me please express, as a planner, and having sat through this for a whole year, my concerns. I do not have a problem or a preference if it's intensive industrial or heavy. My concern is, what am I identifying as heavy? Because it has been expressed, Councilman Nunn has rightly expressed it, or brought it up this evening, that the items in blue have been prohibited from this city because of their potentially harmful environmental and nuisance impacts. If that's not heavy, that's fine with me. I'm just not sure what we're hoping to allow in a heavy that's not already allowed in industrial. And I'll go back to the drawing board and look at it again, but I can assure you we have several times, and that is why I was looking for an alternate, which is a more intensive use being allowed, and we could add 1 or 2 features such as salvage yards. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I think you can take a look at that property and look at what's going on around it. There's a metal recycling. There's a landfill basically there. There's intense, heavy industrial activities taking place in that area. So, I mean, as the planner, I think that the list of those activities that may come up in the future would be the ones that we may utilize in those areas that are consistent with the property surrounding it.
I would certainly remove from the blue stuff, but if you start to do that, the fact that it can't be screened, because I believe we've already talked with the owner of Warrior Salvage, and he feels he can screen it.
Oh, absolutely.
And so forth. So I don't think, I think we could remove that, but I think the fact that we're talking about something that uses heavy truck traffic is probably a reasonable thing to say that has to be done in that. I mean, I can see where we could go through that. I mean, metal fabrication, they already do metal fabrication in that area, in one of the businesses there. So, but batch plants, I mean, I don't know, chemical, I'm not sure we want chemical or petroleum manufacturing or refining within the city, so I would definitely remove those from that. Rubber or plastics manufacturing, that's kind of, that's invasive environmental impacts on those because they have a lot of contaminants that come out of rubber and plastics manufacturing. We may not want that. So, and generally potentially harmful to the environment or nuisance impacts shall be prohibited. I agree with that we should. So I think we can create a statement pretty simply for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm fine with
my
that.
big concern, once again, and we talked about this before, and I understand your aversion from a planning perspective, because it's not clean, and I understand that. But my biggest aversion is, and
Planning
I've seen
is
this
not
happen
clean.
the years I spent on Planning and Zoning Commission, I've seen people walk in the door and say, hey, you have to give me the right to do that because you let somebody else do it. And you're stuck. I mean, you're caught in this legal dichotomy that makes us then say, oh gosh, we're going to have another salvage yard that's going to be right off of 512. You know, so that's my biggest concern, is that we don't get caught with that. And so that's the reason I think the designation, and the compromise was worked out. It was a reasonable compromise, and the council approved it. So I think we should definitely support that.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate your directive. Now, one last request then. In the triangle, we did a public notice to every single property owner and notified them that their land use could potentially change. Are we looking again at a wider circle? Then I'll send those letters out to those property owners in the purple.
Well, I mean, you're talking about changing the land use within only that area.
Correct.
Okay,
to a heavy land use.
Yes.
Which would give them a lot more flexibility, but it is really something that we need to do.
It would be the property owners within that particular area you would have to notify. Yes, I agree with that. You have to notify them. We can't move away from notifying people of that kind of change.
Wonderful.
We're not talking about heavy industrial in the triangle.
No.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm just stating that when we were proposing to change it to mixed use, we notified everyone, and they contacted us, and we talked it through. We wanted to make sure we were not taking away any of their property rights. This was going to hopefully give them a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah. I mean, if I owned that empty wire building out there, I'd be really happy to hear this, because they've been trying to sell it for a long time, and they can't sell it. Yeah, I know. I'm isolating that away. Okay. So are you happy? I know you're not happy, but are you?
It's your community.
It's actually everybody's community.
I work at your pleasure, and again, I apologize that I needed to get more direction from the city council. We just really needed that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very quickly then, transportation mobility element. As we know, most of our transportation system is maintained by the larger areas. Our larger roadways are maintained and controlled by the county and the state. However, some of the highlights that the community want us to concentrate on or encourage is complete streets, transit-oriented, very interested in providing a lot more connectivity between our bicycle and pedestrian ways and our greenways. Heard that over and over again. Housing elements, of course, affordable housing programs are mandated by the state to be included in our comprehensive plan. We attempted to address this through the addition of ADUs, which are accessory dwelling units. It is something that we do have now, but we're looking at hopefully expanding our mix of housing stock. I'm sorry, wrong page. Again, these are the highlights at the beginning of every single element that it would behoove everyone to look at. And if you have any questions, you can ask the community development staff. Infrastructure element. Again, a lot of our infrastructure is controlled by the county. However, there's a lot of concern about how we're going to address our septic systems. All of that in pink are septic systems, and most of those areas do not have sewer available to them. So that is a concern for the community. We talked about different ways of addressing those concerns. Of course, we talked about stormwater and the city's desire to have a stormwater master plan, which we are moving towards. Conservation Coastal Management element, really big kudos to the Natural Resource Board. They looked at this twice, well, more than twice, but we had 2 public hearings on this. They wanted to make sure that it was done right. It's a priority for the community. A lot of the additions that I wanted to highlight this evening is green infrastructure planning, which we are in the throes of course, our sustainability, Sebastian, recommendations, our integrated management plans. Those types of items were very concentrated on, as well as integrating and pulling in our coastal resiliency plan, which is mandated by the state to address our flood-prone areas. Parks, Recreation, and Open Space. Again, this was presented and reviewed by our Parks and Rec Board, as well as P&Z, of course. They were instrumental in bringing up the fact that we really need a park system master plan. They were very interested in integrating CEPTED into park designs. It's crime prevention through environmental design. I believe our police force have 2 certified CEPTED designers on staff. They also emphasize bicycle and pedestrian access and connectivity. Governance and implementation element that really concentrates on our intergovernmental coordination, something I believe we are taking more seriously as far as working with our surrounding local governments in the utilization or the development of surrounding properties and how they impact all of us. It also includes our capital improvement plan. The public schools element is really written by the school board. It is, again, it's a supplemental element and is not required. However, most local governments include it for the information factor that it provides. And so that is what is there in front of you. Again, staff is here to answer any questions by the City Council. We look forward to bringing to you finally the proposed plan that you will then approve to be transmitted up to the state. Again, there's a whole process in between. We can do this in one meeting unless there's a lot of discussion and a lot of details that you want to cover, and then it can be in 2 meetings. It's really up to the council. I just wanted to make sure that you had all of the information in front of you before the transmittal public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, the city staff asked for us to talk about the date. Let's have a conversation as to whether we think we can do it in 1 meeting versus 2. The one thing about the fact is that if we have a meeting and we tell them to transmit, then they have to make the changes that might come through that meeting within that 10-day window and then transmit. So we won't be able to actually see the modified document. If we're comfortable with that, then we can do it in 1 meeting. If we feel like we might want to see the modifications, then we probably need to do it in 2 meetings. So is there any comments from anybody?
I fully trust staff can take whatever it is that we come up with and make the modifications to our liking without us having to, review the modifications per se.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that too.
I am too. I've been with them. I've been listening to everything, so I'm good to go with it. So.
Okay. All right. So is the first meeting in January or the second meeting in January? Which one, Mr. City Manager, which one do you feel more comfortable with trying to do this on?
I don't know what staff's, Lisa's timeframe is, but I would think the second meeting in January, giving us time to vet throughout the industrial uses and that and make sure we get all that language vetted out before it comes back to you.
Okay.
With the holidays and all that coming up, I think the second meeting would be better.
Okay. I'm fine. Was everybody fine with the second meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to open this up for public input. Is there anyone who would like to address the council on this comprehensive plan issue? Ma'am.
Been sitting too long, my knees locked up. I sat on this planning and zoning, and I want to, first of all, I'm Louise Cottenberg, and I want to tell you right up front, right off, that I was the dissenting vote for reasons of just these tiny little issues, which I think are really important to me. This is probably one of the most important comp plans we've ever had the opportunity to work on. The pressure on Sebastian over the next 10 years and the planning and zoning committees and the councils that will be dealing with the train that's coming down the tracks, folks, is going to be tremendous. And the comp plan is the basis upon which zoning relies. We don't want to get into a position where the decisions that are being made and compelled to be made by planning and zoning committees and council can ever be looked at as being arbitrary and capricious. And frankly, there was one land use change that was brought up. It was found it's an incorrect mapping, and the reason I say that is who in their right mind would put industrial zoning immediately adjacent to residential? That's just ludicrous. But when that was brought up, there were three brought up at the same time. The other members of the committee didn't quite see it that way because they got involved with what the zoning in the future might be. We're not talking about zoning. Zoning and land use, while related to each other, are totally separate items. And again, I encourage you to be very, very careful with this because we're all amateurs, all of us. We're doing the best we can. But if we don't have a real good rule book, we're going to make mistakes, and it's much easier to fix them in the beginning than it is later. And just as you said, if you make a mistake and you arbitrarily grant something to someone, you're going to be asked to do it again and again and again. And that's how messes get made. So we have an opportunity now to clean it up, make it good, or as good as we think it is for what we know now. But what we don't know is it's going to be frightening. Thank you.
And I think that piece of property you're talking about is one of the ones that and the staff recommendation is that it be changed to mixed use.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the staff is actually recommending to us in their version that they bring to us that it be changed to mixed use.
And the staff did recommend that at the time, but but the committee did not.
No, the committee did not, but staff is bringing that to us to review.
And I just wanted to explain, I wanted to explain that I was the one who voted no, and that was the reason why, and to encourage you that this is so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this, please? Sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Dill. Shannon Cook, 130th Street, Sebastian. I just wanted to say, for one, thank you, Jim. You definitely remembered what you said and have come through for what you said you were going to do. I really appreciate that. Thank you to the staff. I think the way everything's going, I'm very happy with. I mean, I think we've come to a compromise that's worked very well for both of us. All your ideas are spot on. I believe it's the right way to do it. One thing I will ask, and when I was told this before, as you know, I've been doing this for a very, very long time. And it's starting to hurt a little bit. It was 6 months ago that I was waiting for an answer today. And I can see now, talking to you, it's going to be a little bit further out there. But what I was told back then, that there would be a possibility that I could concurrently run my plans. Because I have already been applied for twice. I've already answered staff's questions once, reapplied the second time. And now what I would like to be able to do is concurrently maybe start, getting some of that done. So when it does come through, I don't have to start, from there. What I would like to do is anything that I can do. I mean, if it's as simple as grubbing anything that I can do on that site or in the plans through the department with staff to further my project concurrently while it's going through the rest of this process, because I can see it's going to be a couple more months. I know it don't sound like a long time, but after years of trying to accomplish this, anything would help me very, very much. So please consider, letting the staff concurrently run my plans and allowing me to do what I can do, you know, to make these plans forward themselves a little faster, you know, at that point. Just trying to save myself a little bit of money at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, staff. I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Warren Dill. I'm a local attorney in town. I realize this is not a public hearing, and I realize you've been here since 5 o'clock, because so have I. It's a long night. Dr. Fisher was unable to be here tonight, but he asked me to appear on his behalf. He owns some property on, well, it's accessed off of 99th Street, which at US 1, 99th intersects US 1. There, Young's Produce, I believe, is on the one corner, and there's a oil change on the other corner. You would just go west on 99th Street to a road that heads north, and that takes you into what's commonly referred to as the Vickers sand mine. This property was a previous sand mine operation, and it is the property in which there was some confusion at the P&Z meeting over the vote that you just heard about. The property consists of 145 acres. It has a large, beautiful lake on it. It's appropriate for mixed use, and Dr. Fisher fully supports that. In fact, he's been working with staff for the last few months, meeting with them, working with them on this comprehensive plan amendment for the mixed use, and he's very much in favor of that. He also asked me to mention to you that he owns 2 pieces of property totaling about 7.5 acres in this vicinity that he would like to annex into the city and possibly become industrial to replace a portion of the industrial that this property has on it, because I know you want to try to keep your industrial properties up in the city as well. Having said that, again, I acknowledge it's not a public hearing, but at your public hearing on this, I guess now in January, your second meeting, we would hope that you would accept staff's recommendation for this property and designate it as mixed use. That's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
All right. So I think you're okay?
I am, and I thank you very much, City Council, for bearing with us and supporting us through this process.
All right, thank you. We're on to item 17B. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to read that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance, this is the first reading of ordinance 20-03. An ordinance of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, amending Land Development Code Section 54-2-5.10, subsection 2, size and dimension criteria regarding the establishment of starting points for building height measurements, providing for severability and repeal of law conflict, providing for codification, providing for scrivener's error, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, city staff.
This is a proposed ordinance to, actually an update to our current land development code. The way the current code measures height in our zoning districts is from your finished floor elevation up to the highest point of your roof ridge line, not, excluding your dormers and cupolas, things like that. What we have found, in 2017, the Florida Building Code, through various meetings and working with FEMA, they adjusted their building codes and have recently since then have required that if you're in a special flood hazard area, flood zone, that finished floor elevations are required to be raised 12 inches above the established base flood elevation. And there's also some additional requirements if you're in a V zone, which is your properties along the water. So we have been approached by a few different contractors who are looking to submit building permits for some properties along the riverfront. And we are seeing that they are actually losing some height when they're measuring their building height on where our starting point is because of these FEMA regulations that are now embedded in the Florida Building Code. And so, excuse me, after researching some of our other coastal communities, City of Vero, Delray Beach, I had come up with at least 3 or 4 others. 2 of them are included in your packet. We wanted to adjust where we start our building height measurement. Excuse me. And so we have presented you with a draft ordinance, first reading. This version does show you the strikeout of our current code on how we measure that building height and what we're proposing. It's also a cleanup on that second paragraph. We've included, the code does refer to section 26.1, which is how we measure those building heights on properties not in the flood zone. And we've also given you samples of those codes from Vero Beach and Delray. They have started their starting point is giving a little bit of leeway for that building code requirement. This is not changing the maximum building height that's allowed in the zoning districts. It really is effective mostly for those properties along the river. If you remember, we had a variance for the slab over at Squid Lips that kind of involved this. This wouldn't have fixed this totally for him because this is only allowing that additional 12 inches. He had almost 4 inches, but this is going to help for situations like that on where we have our starting point for the building height measurement. So staff kind of would recommend, this is not necessarily the public hearing, to just approve this first reading of this ordinance and set the second reading and public hearing for January 13th, 2021.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of ordinance number O-20-03.
And you set the second reading for January 13th?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I have a second.
All right. Any comments? Anyone from the public like to address this? Anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
Okay. We can do this with a voice vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. Item number C, Resolution 20-34. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Resolution 20-34, City Council Meeting Procedures. Read the resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, establishing the dates and times for the City Council meetings and workshops, revising start and end time, adopting Robert's Rule of Orders, providing for procedures for agenda preparation, agenda format, agenda modification, public input, public hearing, and transcripts. Repealing resolution number R 20-02, providing for repeal resolution or parts of the resolution in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's error, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. This is a strike-through version of that, and the only question I've got is under item number 7 on page 382. This modifies the public input time frame from 5 to 3 minutes. How's the council feel about that? I just want that's something that public, I just want to see how the council feels about that modification from 5 to 3 minutes.
I'd like to keep it at 5, and then like when we get those meetings where we have everybody who wants to talk on a particular item, then usually we do a consensus and knock it down to 3 so everybody gets the ability to talk. And, since being back on now, I watched your meetings for however many months. I don't think it's been abused. So I think 5 minutes is still legit.
Anybody else have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the 5 minutes. I think you've done a good job of managing. We've managed for years and years with the 5-minute time limit. The one thing that I am concerned about a little bit is that if we're moving public input ahead of any old business or, but is this is doing that as well, then, there could be times when, the public could come in and really hamper our abilities to maybe get a second reading off if there's something, that's got the people bothered, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the reason I believe that we have old business generally before public input is so that if we have a second reading or something like that, and we need to make sure we knock that out, that we can get that done.
Okay, and that is what's
Isn't it?
feeling on that.
I mean, I would feel, leave the public input up front, but if we gauge kind of the meeting and we see, because we've had meetings in the past with the public input, and like you have presenters who are paying people time, and they gotta wade through the whole public input. But the flip side is when you put the public input always at the end, they're complaining that you're squashing my voice, not letting me talk, everything. So I think if we just leave it, with public input up front, and then we can change meeting to meeting, just like cut time from 5 to 3 minutes, just by gauging the crowd.
I agree with.
You agree leaving it where it is?
Yeah, I'd make it 5 minutes, and we adjust if we see a overabundance of public input.
Based on some of our previous meetings where we had large numbers of the public, I understand the reason for trying to move it back, but I think it might be better, from my perspective, it might be better to let the public speak earlier, because
you want to get them out of here so that when we're
I
out
want them to say the things that are not part of the agenda, so when we are actually talking about agenda items, we're really talking about agenda items,
Right.
and we don't have people coming up to talk about things that aren't part of the agenda item because they don't get it.
This is just a little nitpicky thing. I'm not going to argue any of that.
Okay.
I mean, you guys are cool with it. It's fine
I don't
with
want to say I want to get them out of here.
I'm shocked, though. I'll tell you this. I'm shocked, and that's why I gave you a grin down here, that there's an item on here that's potentially going to take the public input down from 5 minutes to 3, and we don't have 200 people in this place.
I know. I was shocked too. I was expecting a large number of people to come in here and start screaming, "You're taking me to 3 minutes. You're taking me to 3 minutes."
Exactly. So I'm good with 5 minutes leaving the agenda
I didn't see
alone.
that. So,
and I would move to approve with those changes.
Okay. The one thing I want to say for the public is that we are formalizing now a continuation of the CMT technology for meeting for meeting things. So no longer is Zoom going to be something that happens during the COVID emergency. We're going to continue to have Zoom public input from now on. And I've had a lot of people tell me they really like that, and they want to see it continue. We will have to have, and we currently have to have, a quorum of the council members to hold a meeting, but if the situation arises where 1 or 2 council members can't physically be here, we will be able to continue with Zoom input from those council members as well, because the governor's actually changed some of those things under the emergency order, and this codifies our ability to do that, which I think is important. A lot of the residents are really happy about being able to come in on Zoom. We make Barbara stay late a lot to do that, but So, and after seeing some of the problems with Zoom, I made a suggestion to the city manager that maybe we should teach the chairs of the committees how to do Zoom. I'm not sure I want to do Zoom, so.
One other question. I know we had talked earlier, because, also in this, we have the procedures. When I discussed what we were talking about, the reasonable things, do we got to add that into the procedure portion?
How do you feel about that, Mr. City Attorney?
There's a section, I have to go back to it, that talks about public safety and health.
I have it here.
Go ahead.
What the city manager is referring to is in that subsection E that was a recommendation. I think it's the second sentence. It's the city council determines it is necessary to protect the health and safety of city officials, city staff, and the public. I think that's what you're referring to, correct?
Correct.
That might give that leeway, but however, this is just an opportunity now. If any council member wants to make any changes to these rules, now is the time to do it.
But what I'm suggesting, we just have that statement on the procedures that's at the back of all the agendas, how we conduct things. So, when we get the naysayers, you're not taking my temperature, or I'm not wearing a mask, it's right there.
Do you have an issue with that?
They can just put it on the pager. That's fine.
We can add that to the procedures of the agenda as it is now, and allow that to be published as the agenda is published.
And just in item number E, which you just referenced, and I missed this when I read this the first time. That first clause in there, meetings during a declared emergency, that's the item under which we're saying that we're going to continue the CMT. That clause makes it only continuation of that only during the declared emergency. Should we not remove that?
So that only refers to you having the ability to do CMT for quorums, not for public input, or that is my understanding, Manny.
I think we need to.
Okay, so this isn't the place in which we're saying we're going to continue with CMT for.
No, this is just addressing for emergency, declared local and public health emergency, which is what the governor's order, took away.
All right, I'm fine.
Is what we're doing. Because under normal circumstances, obviously, the issue with quorum is the other issue. What we were planning on doing is drafting up some kind of an ordinance to come before you, but that wasn't timely done to be before you. So right now, these are just rules, and what we're trying to do is trying to give back the rules for the council to be able to continue with the CMT, since we're still under a declared emergency, to continue using it and allow the public. And later on, obviously, that can change even further. But if you want to change just the CMT, this is the time to do it. And then subsequently, if you want to address the quorum for only during emergency reasons, then we can do that as well.
Yeah,
These are just suggestive language.
Yeah, to me, this would be the place to say we're going to continue to use CMT. And that's up to you to think about. I mean.
So in that first sentence, you're saying that where it goes to CMT by elected and appointed council to stretch out during time of the emergency and leave it there, but then leave it for the quorum issue?
Well, my understanding is the governor's also already changed that ruling on a quorum. We no longer can hold a meeting without a physical quorum.
Being present, correct.
Yes.
And this is addressing that issue, that it's going to allow during this time of an emergency to do that. The issue that we had back in those days is when this first came out back in March is that there's an Attorney General opinion out there that says that you couldn't attend these meetings unless you, as far as a quorum, by telephone. I just think that me personally, and a lot of other attorneys, city attorneys have opined similar, think that with Zoom and the ability that we have now with Zoom, that people, you can actually see someone, you can actually swear them in. I mean, we're doing this in court and swearing in witnesses in court. Zoom has changed that, and this is an opportunity for council to consider that, bringing back the CMT and allowing you guys to continue with the commercial media technology in future council meetings.
Oh, I agree with doing that, and I'm just wondering if saying that meetings during a declared emergency means that we're going to have to modify this when the emergency is turned off, and allow council people to attend via Zoom.
Right now, how it's written, the CMT, you can change the CMT in the first line and take off that on that. It says during times of a declared emergency, public health emergency. It can continue to read, City Council determines it is necessary to protect the health and safety of the city. Further, the City Council finds, this is the second part about the quorum. Yeah. Further, the City Council finds that an attendance requirement for purposes of establishing a quorum, participating and voting can be satisfied by physically being present or in times of an emergency by CMT. So you can take out allowing the CMT on the top, remove that part about the emergency, and leave it on the bottom, because I think that having a quorum and not an emergency, I think it's going to be it might be an issue down the road as far as not having full council here present and taking and voting when it's not an emergency situation.
When it's not an emergency, we can have 3 council people here and 2 via Zoom.
Yes, and you have a quorum.
They can, as long as we have a physical quorum, those 2 can vote, and everything's fine with that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what the language ought to say.
Yeah,
okay.
I think the key would be to separate the CMT from the emergency provisions.
Okay.
Maybe have separate line items for the emergency provisions separate from CMT, so that's just something we can do.
So the CMT just becomes a policy.
It becomes a policy.
Not a policy during emergency.
And the quorum is dealt with under the emergency declaration.
So the preference is to separate the CMT and the quorum issue.
Yes, I like that, because I like the idea of maintaining the CMT.
It provides clarity.
Even after the emergency.
Okay, got it.
I like the idea of maintaining that.
And the quorum for emergency purposes.
And
allow council member to attend.
Emergency, if we have to, for the safety of the but
Yes.
we can then do a quorum through CMT, but
Yes.
only if it's for public safety or for the safety of the council members.
Those are two separate issues.
Yeah, those are two separate issues.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
If I could, we're coming up on 9:30, so I'm okay with extending for another 30 minutes.
Is that a motion?
Sure is.
Second.
All in favor?
Third, okay,
Aye.
in favor.
Okay, thank you, Stu.
We're in a fourth.
Okay, so you're okay, so the motion that was made to approve this includes those modifications, correct?
It does indeed.
Okay.
And I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion with those changes to approve this.
Right.
All in favor, please indicate by saying,
Yeah, public
input. Anybody from the public want to speak on this? Anybody from Zoom?
There is no one.
Good.
Aye.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, now, we're on to resolution R 20-35, procedures for quasi-judicial hearings. That's 17D. Mr. Renaud.
Yes, this is, let's find the resolution. This is a resolution 20-35, a resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, repealing resolution number 99-12 and reestablishing a procedures for quasi-judicial hearings, determining applicability, providing for a conflict, providing for severability, and providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And if I can...
Okay, do I have a motion on this? It's pretty straightforward.
Yes, sir, move approval.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any comments from the public on this? Any comments from Zoom?
There is no one.
All right. Anyone have any questions before we vote?
No, sir.
Okay, all in favor of approving resolution 20-35?
34.
30?
35.
35.
I'm sorry, yep.
Yeah, 35. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes 5-1, or 5-0, excuse me. Okay, item number E is a review of the 2021 legislative session priorities and a transmittal list. Does anyone have anything they want to tell the city manager about this priority list? Anything they'd like to modify on this? It's not an action item on our part unless somebody wants to.
Well, I have to have this sent to Senator Mayfield and Representative Grawls by January 9th in order for them to be able to present it before the delegation on January 20th. So I do.
In the priorities as submitted by the city staff?
I just have a question, Mr. Mayor. I mean, is this the list in order that we feel are the priorities? Because some of these elected officials, they only get through one page, and this is 3 pages. And I'd rather have, our most important issues in the beginning.
I think we have the most important issue in the beginning.
Well,
Yes.
water management, I think, is kind of happy, especially after hearing the presentation from the Aqua people.
Well, that's why it's on page 2.
Utilizing
Yeah,
water
well,
resources
and
the septic to sewer.
Septic to sewer is the most important issue as far as
Right.
I'm concerned.
Me too.
Septic to sewer, I believe, is the most important issue.
Right, so what we're doing here is this is going to be the list that the mayor goes down to the delegation and presents and has about 5 minutes to describe, the city's desires that the delegation looks into these issues, so.
But hopefully I'll be able to go to Tallahassee this year and promote these and have individual meetings with the Representative Grawl and Senator Mayfield to express council's emphasis on all of these items. And some of these mirror the county's priorities and the League of Cities priorities and the Florida Association of County priorities. But I just need direction, and again, I'll promote the ones that you all want to be promoted if I go to Tallahassee.
Well, given the fact that there's not going to be any money coming out of the state this year, and it's all going to be policy issues more than anything else, I mean, that's all we can deal with. But I still think from Sebastian's perspective, septic to sewer is a very high priority. I know we're not going to get any money out of them, but I would like to keep pushing that at them if we can. I know the position on the number one priority, which is the Florida statutes, government and sunshine, is that your objective is to try to make that a felony instead of a misdemeanor.
Yes.
For intentional acts that may or may not have happened in the past.
But I don't know how much support you'll get for that, since the sunshine doesn't apply to those people.
I
They
think
may want to do it.
They might want to do it.
I would make the suggestion that we move water management and the septic to sewer over and move the, after number one maybe, and make them 2 and 3, and move vacation rentals and.
We have a unique situation with the sunshine stuff.
We do.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
We want
So
to
is
play
everybody
shiny.
comfortable with this?
I am.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor of this list with the city manager actually moving septic to sewer further up in his priority list?
As well as water management.
As well
yes.
as water management.
As well as water management.
Water management.
Okay.
I will move them
All right.
for the mayor to
All in
present
favor,
it.
say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It passes.
1 and 2.
Okay, let me see now where we are. The city attorney matters.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I can, just in order for being open and transparency, what you have before you right now are 2 documents. 18A is the actual Pelican Island Audubon Society et al. Versus City of Sebastian, which was case number 19, Alpha Papa AP 142. A copy of the joint stipulation of the order was attached, and it's pretty much asking for the attorney's fees. And the amount, and the order was dated 16 October 2021. And the order was for $26,183. And I'm just here to report that the amount was paid in full on 19 October 2021. I don't anticipate any questions on that one, but moving forward to the next the next issue. And by the way, the Pelican, I know I've conducted 2, and I believe the previous city attorney had 1. So all these transcripts which were conducted under the executive sessions, everything has been made public. So just for the record, I want to state that as well. The second agenda, or the second attachment that I have, in accordance with the city's charter 3.03, which deals with the city manager's powers and duties, I worked with the city manager to assure that the outside counsel drafts this memo that you see attached in order to demand full payment to Graves Brothers. And the memo in and of itself is in 2 parts. The first part is for the order that we paid, the court order for $26,183 for the attorney's fees, and the second order is for $42,703.13. That's what was paid for outside counsel, and we made demand for all that back on when was the letter? October 26, 2021. At this point, I report that the matter is still under negotiation with the city manager. So, subject to any questions, that's all I have to report.
Any questions from the city attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I spoke to Mr. Anon about this earlier. There was an article written. I actually got suckered last week, and there was an article written in a newspaper. And I got suckered into renewing my subscription because I couldn't see it online anymore. Because the headline got me. It said, Sebastian residents wanted transparency from council. Yeah. So what's been going on? And it kind of alludes in there, like we went upstairs and we were doing some backroom deals and almost insinuating that we were violating the sunshine law. So I, asked our city attorney, did I do something wrong? I don't think I did anything wrong, but I mean, and then there's a lot of people who grabbed onto this article and you violated. And, I've been told I'm not transparent. I've tried transparency as long as I've been on this body, as long as I've been in government. And, just to reiterate, we didn't do anything wrong up there.
Right. If you want me to address it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Really briefly, yes, I was prepared, and I'm talking to city manager. I will send all 5 of you a more specific email addressing that issue, because I did talk to outside counsel who's handling the other case on the sunshine law violation to make sure where we were at. The bottom line is that it was more of a strategic settlement that we were trying to do, and I think I've had conversations with certain people from the board already. No official vote was taken. Mr. Abbott wanted to get some guidance from you. We got the guidance on the strategic settlement. And in addition to that, everything has been made public at this point in time. So that's the purpose why I'm doing this. I mean, unfortunately, you guys know my situation health-wise. I haven't been here for the past couple of months. So this is really the first opportunity that I really have to address this issue. And since this is the first opportunity, I want to address it. But that other issue that Councilmember McPartlin was talking about, I will probably address it with all five of you, and just between attorney-client privilege, and have conversations with you about that as well.
No.
All right.
And just for the public, the conversations that took place in the second floor conference room about this were conversations about how we unwind this contract since the court case was ruled against us.
Right.
And part of unwinding this contract was payment of the court costs, not only to Pelican Island Society, but also to our inside counsel, or our outside counsel.
Yeah.
And so we were discussing that. There was no backdoor deals being made. It was just a matter of conversations related to that particular topic. And I think that to read the transcript of that and make it into anything else is somebody trying to make it into something else.
Well, and the purpose of what I just want to do is just not to go back into what we did during those executive meetings. That wasn't the purpose. And respectfully, Councilmember McPartman bringing it up, I just want to make sure to address the two issues that we have made payment and we have sent out the demand letter, and we're currently still in negotiation. So other than that, I'll address the other issues with you guys in private.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Carlisle.
Just wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and come out and see the parade. If you don't want to come out, watch it on our channel or on Sebastian Daily. That's all I have.
City Clerk matters. Councilmember McPartlin.
Well, of course, Merry Christmas to everybody. And I think this will be the happiest of New Year's for most people, because 2020 will be kicking the can away and looking forward to the new year. So be safe.
All right. Mr. Nunn.
Thank you for everybody, all the, work and things people do to keep this city going, and we appreciate the police department and everything they do every day. Merry Christmas to everybody. Please come out to the parade.
Okay, it's my turn. I have just one topic before I get to the Merry Christmas thing. I received a letter from the Veterans Council asking that I attend their meetings. I chose to bring that to the council to see. I mean, I could have just gone, but I wanted to see if there's any member of the council who is of particular interest to attend those meetings. I would like to add this to our list of outside organizations and have someone do that as we move forward. But is there anyone on the council that has particular interest to attend those meetings?
I have no problem. I've attended their meetings in the past. I know a lot of the people because I work with them and other boards like the Treasure Coast Homeless Services Council, and they do a lot of services for the veterans. So, and also like when they have their scheduled meeting, I'm usually free at that moment because it stays on my calendar monthly.
So would you like to do that?
Sure, I have no problem.
Okay, all right. Mr. McPartlin, Jeanette, if you'll notify them that Bob McPartlin is going to be the person who attends the meetings on our behalf. They did ask that maybe at some point in time in the meeting we do kind of a presentation about how Sebastian's working with veterans and so forth. So I'm sure you can do that. So.
Right.
Okay.
What's the dates of those meetings, Mr. Mayor? What's the dates of those meetings?
Wednesdays. I can't remember which Wednesdays because I don't have my other phone. Wednesdays, and I believe 1 o'clock or 1:30.
Can you let me know, because I would like to attend as well periodically. So,
yeah, that's not a problem. They don't have a problem with more people coming out, but I wanted to see if there was anybody on the council other than myself that really felt like that they had a vested interest in going to those meetings, and that's why I hear you saying that you feel comfortable on that. So.
And they hold them in the same place where they hold the MPO, the county commission, not the county commission chambers, but the building where the clerk is at.
Yeah.
501 or
501.
501.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then I want to also wish everybody Merry Christmas and come out to the parade. I will apologize to the children. I'm not passing out candy this year. I feel like it's kind of inappropriate to do that. So I'll apologize in advance to the children who are not going to get my candy canes. But so I just want to say that. Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Hill.
Just to echo, God bless everyone in Sebastian. Have a Merry Christmas. Look forward to seeing you all Friday. It's going to be a wonderful event, and I look forward to seeing this holiday season through, and I hope everyone keep whoever's near and dear to you, you get to see or spend a wonderful family time, and just remember that there's something about Christmas. It's very special, and it's a very religious and wonderful holiday for me. I take it very seriously and look forward to spending time with my family, and hope all of you can be blessed throughout that time. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Jones.
Yes, I would like to say Merry Christmas to all of our Sebastian residents, and we hope to see you this Friday for the Christmas parade. It's going to be beautiful. Come out and look at the council. Somebody's going to be on a boat, some will be in golf carts, but it will be beautiful. So come out and join us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, we are adjourned.